you the blueprints from the object so you can make a clean escape, okay? Meanwhile, I will crack the code and forward you the next location. The mission is compromised. I repeat, the mission is compromised. They are tracking your bike through GPS. You've got to split up. You have no choice. Split up now.
going in some blocks, and again, we have some uncertainties, some additional risk. Also, that time was urbanization was main topic, but now is demographic shifts. What it means? It means that in some countries labor force become old, especially Europe and developed countries, we going older and older. For example, average age in those most developed, it means median age. It means half of people are younger, half of people older of this, going between 45 and 55. And in developed world, it's labor force missing. Contrary, in Africa, average age, middle age is around between 15 and 25. But down there, they don't have enough jobs for young people. And also technology going very fast, and it will be topic of my presentation, much more technology. But all those things together, what they make social instability. It means a difference among East and West, South and North, and rich become richer, poor become poorer. Those who are educated, they become even more educated. Those who are not, they even become less educated. And it means those disparity, those differences going bigger. And these differences create tension. And this tension create, unfortunately, some additional job for us. And technology. Technology changing very fast. You see, this is industrial revolution. We now are in sixth wave, sixth industrial revolution. It starts everything in England a few hundred years ago with water power and water mills. And after that, railway, coal, oil, internal combustion motors, airplanes, and after that, becoming fifth revolution was caused by internet. And sixth revolution is caused by mobile internet. And what is important to say that each of these revolution is shorter and shorter. Change is going faster and faster, and people has to change much faster. And what is important for each of these stage of revolution? Each of stage of revolution create destruction. It means all things disappear, new things appear. And what's going on? When Alarm Automatica started, most important things was digital networks, IP networks, software, and new media. And actually, it was key success factor of Alarm Automatica. Today, it's completely different. Today, this is artificial intelligence, IoT, robot and drones, and clean technology. And from these things, what is important for us most is IoT, Internet of Things. And I call it not just Internet of Things, it's intelligent of operation technology, because it's what we're doing. You have on one side ICT, which deal with information, and another side you have operation technology, which deals with some data, and this data are reason for doing some action. And what was main? Why is possible? Because these four things: cloud, social media, analytics, and mobile. Without this, Internet of Things wouldn't be possible. And if you see on this slide, number of people are growing, but number of IoT devices per person are growing also very fast. Today, we have around 7-8 devices per person. Till the middle of this century, 2050, it will be around 10 billion people. It will be top rich. Middle of this century, humanity will reach highest amount of, after that it will going down. But number of IoT devices will growing. They predict it will be around 20 billion IoT devices. It means 20 IoT devices per person. Of those 20 IoT devices, probably 5 devices will be from our industry. It means this is huge, still huge potential for our industry. How things are changing. Its slide shows this is the Amazon, and the revenue of Amazon and profit of Amazon. And you see here that Amazon has 25% revenue of data traffic, of data packages, and they have 75% revenue from the e-trading, classical physical boxes, but profit is vice versa. They create 75% profit from Amazon Web Services and only 25% profit of selling the boxes, selling the devices. It's completely shift in philosophy. And you see how big this business is. It's huge business, and the biggest player is Amazon. For example, from our suppliers, Ajax use, for example, Amazon. Alarm Automatica use Azure. Inim use Google. And it means without these 4 things, without cloud, without application, without internet, without mobility, and interactivity with customers, probably you cannot survive. Behind this is data and big data centers. Big data centers, you see, is over 50% of data centers in the world are in US. But what you need for data centers and for artificial intelligence? You need energy, you need data, and you need processing. It means those data centers, they have a huge amount of processor. It's the reason why, for example, some big data centers, they have over 100,000 processors. An average price of processor is $80,000. It's huge investment. They said a cost of one request on ChatGPT, it's like 8 minutes broadcasting of television, 8 seconds broadcasting on television. And you see the market share. It's 82.7 is ChatGPT, and Perplexity going down, Copilot from Microsoft, Gemini, DeepSeek Cloud. You see, mostly American products, only DeepSeek is Chinese. Cloud was some European, and actually Cloud was scientists who first invite the sentence or like word artificial intelligence. But you see the result of Europe in this game is not good. Now you have some Mistral AI. This is some huge European company in which Amacella is the biggest producer technology for producing chips. Amacella invests huge money. Probably Europe will have also good player in this field. In main trends, energy and intention for clean worlds. You see investment in energy. Solar, absolutely number 1. After that, grids. After that, wind. It's over 100%. And this is the direction in which modern world is going. And in solar and wind, Chinese companies, they have over 50%. They are really leading players in this field. Robots, still Japan and Europe has some position. And Japan 44%, Europe 24%. And still we have chance probably to be competitive, Europe to be competitive in this field. And after all this, what's going on with people? We have some creation singer who said, "Gdje je nestao čovjek?" Where the person disappear, you know. But importance of labor force, of the people, of human being is higher and higher. But it has to be more skillful, more competent, more knowledgeable, knowing to use more sophisticated tools. Price of technology going down, price of labor force, labor cost going up, and you can expect in the future that also prices of our services will growing. It means that you will have to pay more, because we have to pay more our people. I just will give you some examples using technology. We have some supplier in producer of cameras. Name is Reolink. We started to work with company 5 years ago. And most of people, they said, but those are toys, you know? But in those toys, you have AI, battery, solar backup, wireless communication, 4G, application, cloud. It means, and those toys are win on the last IFA. They win, you see how many awards, you know? And again, cloud, application, wireless, this is the direction, artificial intelligence, in which also for this wireless stuff, you need fast wireless network. Alarm Automatica has very good cooperation with Ruji Rie company. You can see on our booth, you can see technology, how to make wireless network on big field on the territory of cities, but protected networks, private networks, and networks which are possible to manage through the cloud, through the application, you know. And what is main benefit is time saving and cost saving. Time saving is extremely important because price of labor force, and also cost saving from same reason. Also, Alarm Automatica has almost over 20% 20 years, our brand DVC. DVC is, you know, it's not anymore video surveillance. This become visual intelligence, because CCTV going through the stages. On beginning, it was just somebody who is watching camera, and this camera looking some risk place, and it was beginning. After that, it start recording, and after that, it start remotely monitoring, integration, first detection, some visual detection, and after that, using artificial intelligence. This huge quantity of data, but now is not just artificial intelligence in capturing signal, now is artificial intelligence in searching this huge CCTV material. And this is where we have great servers, which really gives you possibility to find what you have very, very fast. In the future, next step, seventh step of developing CCTV, probably artificial intelligence will in real time search whole base of recorded materials and search by purpose. It means artificial intelligence will have some request, I don't know, search for this person, search and maybe purpose, not just CCTV. And this is additional value. Purpose can be marketing, purpose can be logistic, purpose can be HR. You can use CCTV for many, many different purposes, and it's give value to the customer, and it's give you possibility to make more money. For us, also important, one of the company who really make a revolution in the field of security is Ajax, and Ajax also entered in the field of safety. And Ajax now have EN45 certified wireless fire system. You can see it on our booth presentation, and today and tomorrow you can see also some really advanced, and they use wireless application, cloud, analytics, etc., etc. For big safety system, we have INIM. INIM gives you possibility not just fire detection and gas detection, but also public address, voice avocation, controlling, extinguishing, controlling fire sectors, also cloud, also IP communication, also GSM communication. It means gives you mobility and control from your hands. Evolution of smart buildings. We used to sell to customer, we sell security, safety, and surveillance. Today, customers want much more. They want application, they want control, they want interaction, they want efficiency, they want cost effectiveness, and our business also changed business model, because we move from selling hardware to selling software, from selling software to selling services, and everything going in direction service as a software, or software as a service. And you see, those four main systems here, intrusion, video surveillance, access control, fire and life safety, but you have additional two, home automation and building automation. And this is the direction in which our industry is going. Now its hype is like artificial intelligence. I say we do intelligent automation, and this is our goal, to still have person in the center of the decision making, but give them a right information to make great decision. Alarm Automatica, you will see now a few slides, we have many Alex solutions. This one is Alex Home. We have our application through which you can control many devices for the home. Also, we have Alex Shop, alex.shop. You can find on this shop many devices which you can choose for your needs for different kind of smart control and automation. Also, we create some application for end user, Alex My Monitor, where end user who don't like professional service, he can connect on this application, this software. This is software as a service. With this software, he can call professionals for intervention, and they will charge them additionally. Also, for maintenance, he used this like communication tool with specialists. It means he can call for intervention service, and he can call for installation. And he do everything through this application. He can pay it per demand, or he can have monthly service. Everything going automatically with end user credit card. Also, Alarm Automatica has total solution for central station. We have, for professional monitoring company, AB System DCNG, and this software is over 100 companies in the region use this software, but this is for monitoring local alarm systems. But we have Smart Guard Patrol. This is the software to controlling your guards, what your guards doing, what your patrols, what your cars, where they are, what they are doing. And third thing is what I said before, Alex My Monitor, it's give additional possibility to end user to control by his premises by their mobile phone. Alarm Automatica, I'm very close to the end. Alarm Automatica has many different softwares. We have more than 20 different softwares. It's 5 groups. I mainly talk here centralization and integration, but we also have software parking management and control, people and vehicle counting, ticketing and managing entrance to the public facilities, and newest one is for energy management, because energy become extremely important, and Alarm Automatica developed the software, and we have some huge project with almost 1,000 buildings where in some country near you, where we control consumption of energy, water, gas. We measure all conditions, humidity, temperature, quality of air, and through this software you can control it, you can measure it, you can manage it, and this is the huge advantage and save a lot of money and a lot of cost. And I hope so that with my presentation I turn on some sparks, and that some of you will going interested, and you will visit our booth here, and probably you will come on our presentation today afternoon for the fire solution, and tomorrow morning in James Bond for the security solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Boris, for joining us for this presentation. As you heard, as you all know, you can download our app and do your B2B whenever you want in all the halls that await you. But now it's time for the first panel of the day, which means that some people have to answer very straight and hard questions in a very short time, so we're going to check out how it goes. For all of you who do understand Macedonian, can you raise your hands now? Ko razumije makedonski? Pa dobre dojdovte jer će sada samo na makedonski.
Ете така, но пред да преминеме на следниот панел, дозволете уште еднаш да подсетиме дека од 14 часот и 30 минути Аларм Автоматика тука во оваа сала одржува стручно предавање за заштита од пожари и панел дискусија за законска заштита од пожари. Уште еднаш ве покануваме да присуствувате и на тоа предавање.
So, as you know, from 2:30 till 5:30, all of you who need certificates from Alarm Automatica, the workshop will be held in this big hall. So check, please, your applications, and may the force be with you.
И еве сега да го најавиме и следниот панел и модераторот како и панелистите во истиот. Ја покануваме на сцена модераторката Сања Кермеджиева, генерален секретар во Комората за приватно обезбедување на Република Северна Македонија. Насловот на панелот, лекциите кои ги научивме од инцидентот кој што за жал се случи оваа година тука во Македонија. Ги покануваме воедно и панелистите: Злате Димовски, редовен професор на Универзитетот Свети Климент Охридски Битола, Факултет за безбедност Скопје; Александра Деановска Трендафилова, редовен професор на Институтот за кривично право, Факултет правен Јустинијан Први Скопје; Горанче Савовски, државен советник во Министерството за внатрешни работи, председател на Комисијата за надзор на Комората за приватно обезбедување, и Верица Милеска Стефановска, председателка на Комората за приватно обезбедување на Република Северна Македонија.
Wow. That like long names for the business cards, but everything is on there. You can actually join us from now on. The questions will be asked. We go to listen and carry on any questions. If you have any questions, please be like normal people of the Balkans. Keep them for yourselves and enjoy the panel, okay? Jel može tako? Najbolje da zadržite to za sebe i to je to. Dobrodošli, dragi gosti. Kasnije kad završi idemo na ono Bitola, moj roden kraj, makedonsko devojče i sve skupa. Jel može? Spremni? Irena, zaslužila si kavu, pa da poslušamo panel.
Може секако, бидејќи се веќе удобно сместени сите учесници во оваа панел дискусија, да им посакаме пријатна работа, а на вас да ви посакаме креативно и корисно време, и секако не го слушајте Франо баш се што кажува. Слободно поставате прашање во оваа панел дискусија, секако после официјалните обраќања на панелистите. Ви благодарим.
Ja sam upozorio, a dobro.
Добар ден на сите од мене. Дали се слушаме?
Svi slušaju, evo sam. Dobar den. Dobar den od mene, dobar den драги гости, добар ден драги панелисти. Дозволете ние да почнеме со малку посериозни теми и да кажам дека за жал нашата држава и светот оваа година на 16 март не шокираше една катастрофа со невидени размери, трагедијата која што се случи со пожарот во ноќниот клуб Пулс во Кочани, за која што експертите и општата стручна јавност констатиравме дека е последица на системски пропусти, на институционална неактивност и на корупција. Неколку факти на почетокот ќе споделам со вас. За жал, во моментот на трагедијата имаше во клубот околу 670 лица, загинаа 63 лица, повеќе од 200 лица беа повредени. Познато е дека пожарот беше предизвикан од пиротехниката, дека брзо се проширил поради недостаток на противпожарна опрема, неисправни излези и недозволен капацитет во објектот. За жал, во фокусот на истрагата се најде и Агенцијата за приватно обезбедување, Рубикон. Од медиумите дознавме дека обвинение е поднесено против управителот на агенцијата, против 4 припадници на обезбедувањето и против лице кое што се смета за реален собственик на агенцијата. Со јавноста беше споделено дека фирмата Рубикон, која што го обезбедуваше клубот Пулс, го обезбедувала без писмен договор, без предходна безбедносна проценка, без проверка на безбедносните услови во објектот, проверка на евакуација, влезови, излези, исправност, капацитетот и преполнетоста на објектот и така натаму. Според обвинението, на критичниот ден вработените во Агенцијата за обезбедување не контролирале и овозможиле влез и присуство на малолетни лица во објектот после полноќ. Меѓутоа, исто така не спречиле влез и користење на пиротехнички средства, кои што беа директна причина за избувнување на пожарот. За сите нас е сосема јасно и објективно дека оваа трагедија е катастрофа за целата држава и дека го афектира целосниот општествен систем. Познато е дека Министерството за внатрешни работи ја одзема лиценцата за вршење приватно обезбедување на агенцијата Rubicon Security Solutions. Но, почитувани, дозволете ми во исто време да кажам со вас да споделам или да ве подсетам компаративно на еден сличен случај. Тоа е пожарот кој што во 2015 година настана во клубот Колектив во Букурешт, кој што имаше слични последици, околу 64 жртви и отприлика 200 повредени, каде што исто така причина за настанување на пожарот била пиротехника, меѓутоа разликата е дека во тој случај немало подигнато обвинение против Агенцијата за обезбедување која била присутна и спроведувала овластување во доменот на обезбедувањето на лице место. Затоа легитимно е гласно да се запрашаме која е разликата во овие два случаи. Токму тоа ќе го направиме денес на панелот. Уште веднаш да кажам дека целта на овој панел не е да го анализираме случајот, затоа што се работи за тековна судска постапка. Нашата цел денес е да отвориме прашања за одговорностите, обврските, стручноста, професионалноста во работењето на секторот приватно обезбедување. И на почетокот ќе ми дозволите да се обратам до председателката на комората, Вирица Милевска-Стефановска. Повелете, сакам да ве замолам, вие со нас и со публиката, да ги споделите вашите ставови во врска со оваа исклучително важна тема.
Ти благодарам, драга Сања. Дали се слушаме? Дали се слушаме? Се слушаме. Комплексна е темата која што денеска ја отвараме и затоа според мене најдобро е да почнеме да зборуваме од општо кон посебно. Приватното обезбедување во Република Северна Македонија е дејност од јавен интерес, нешто што законодавецот го кажал уште во првите два члена од кога го донел Законот за приватно обезбедување. Тоа значи дека луѓето што работат во оваа дејност имаат јавни овластувања. Какви јавни овластувања? И да легитимираат, и да дозволат влез или излез, и да не дозволат влез и излез, да не дозволат снимање, да употребуваат физичка сила, дури и огнено оружје. Што значи дека се ова вака звучи многу моќно. Ние ги имаме истите овластувања во Македонија како што ги има полицијата. И то тука звучи моќно. Меѓутоа, овде се наметнува и моментот на одговорност. Ама бидејќи полето на услуги е големо, полето на одговорноста и таа палета е многу широка и таа е сериозна. Јас би сакала да биде ова првата моја поента како одговор на вашето прашање. Втората поента се однесува на законското решение за дејноста, каде што се мандаторно се пропишува договор за услуги. Било да зборуваме за договор за услуги за физичко обезбедување, било да зборуваме за техничко обезбедување, било да зборуваме за договор за мониторинг, патролно обезбедување или само мониторинг обезбедување или спортски настани, нашиот закон предвидува задолжително, мандаторно договор за услуги. Тука нема дискусија. Тој е клучен и ние мора да бидеме свесни и да ја разбереме важноста и тежината на тој договор. Македонија е мирна држава, безбедна држава, но сепак неубави работи ни се случуваат. А ние не смееме како компании кои што се занимаваат со безбедност да си дозволиме нашите договори да ги правиме по инерција, да не предвидуваме, иако законското решение од нас не бара безбедност на проценка. сепак мислам дека тоа е една од круцијалните работи. Да предвидиме во договорот за каков објект станува збор. Да предвидиме во договорот кои овластувања ќе ги користиме. Да предвидиме во договорот каква е безбедносната проценка и кои се ризиците кои што можат да дојдат до нарушување. Бидејќи ќе се согласиме, заканите се различни, криминалот се прави по различни начини како претходно, мора да внимаваме што и како ќе предвидиме во тој договор. Затоа што договорот е важен најмногу за нас, исто толку важен за корисникот на услуга и тука мора веднаш да потенцирам дека станува збор за трипартитна одговорност. Првата одговорност е на компанијата која што дава услуга за приватно обезбедување. Што ќе пропише во договорот и кои овластувања и одговорности ќе ги прифати. Но втората одговорност е на корисникот на услугата. И тој мора да биде свесен дека услугата што ја бара е пандан на полициските овластувања, пандан на безбедноста која што ја дава Министерството за внатрешни работи само во некои помали граници. Значи, негова е одговорноста дека и тој тоа треба да го разбере. И третата одговорност е на Министерството за внатрешни работи и за начинот на вршење на постојаната надзор и контрола врз овие компании кои што даваат услуги за обезбедување или нормално обезбедувањето го прават сами за себе. Јас толку, ако имате нешто, тука сум.
Ви благодарам многу за искажаниот ваш став. И дозволете ми во контекст на вашево цело обраќање, споменавте некои работи кои што ќе ги повторам, тоа е делот на одговорноста на вршителите на дејност приватно обезбедување и контрола над работењето и над функционирањето на секторот приватно обезбедување. Ке се дозволам сега, господине Савовски, да ви се обратам вас. Вие сте долги години во тек со функционирањето на нашиот сектор. Сега и како председател на Комисијата за контрола и надзор над работењето на приватното обезбедување, дали може, ве молам вие да ги споделите со нас вашите ставови за состојбите во нашиот сектор?
Благодарам, Сања. Се слушаме така. Почитувана председателке, почитувани председатели на коморите за приватна безбедност од регионот, почитувани присутни, огромна чест е за мене да денеска учествувам на оваа панел дискусија. Да сакам на самиот почеток да упатам голема благодарност до колегите од Адрија за организацијата на овој самит на едно место во нашиот главен град, во нашата преубава држава, да ги соберат сите луѓе од доменот на безбедноста, што нешто значат, почитувани професори, почитувани присутни. Јас сум Горан Савовски, државен секретар, државен советник во кабинетот на министерот за внатрешни работи, одговорен за полициските работи и криминалистичките работи и председател на онаа комисија што по попис и попис треба да врши контрола и надзор на работењето на комората за приватна безбедност и правните лица што се занимаваат со дејност безбедност. Било да е тоа во вид на давање услуги, било да е за сопствени потреби, физичко или техничко обезбедување. Сања го спомна оној немил настан што се случи во нашата држава пред неколку месеци. Тој немил настан, како што течеше истрагата, така предизвика и потреба од една севкупна анализа на секторот приватна безбедност и делот во Министерството за внатрешни работи што се занимава со регулирање и со контрола и надзор над работењето на овие правни лица. Јас на самиот почеток би ги повторил истите работи што председателката ги кажа. Сепак таму има судска истрага, судскиот процес во тек и не би сакал да навлегувам повеќе. Меѓутоа да, факт е дека имаше ангажирана агенција за обезбедување на тој објект. Факт е дека таа агенција немала договор, тоа се јавно достапни податоци, јавниот обвинител ги кажа. Факт е дека имаше лица што нерегулиран статус и по мене најголемиот проблем, факт е дека се зима објект да се обезбедува без соодветна проценка на ризик и управување со тој ризик. Дали тој објект ги исполнува минимум безбедностни услови за да врши таква дејност. А ние сме се нафатиле да го обезбедуваме, да го чуваме, а со тоа и да гарантираме безбедноста на тие дечиња што беа присутни таму. Овој случај кај нас во Министерството за внатрешни работи предизвика потреба од една поопсежна анализа како на нашето работење како полициски службеници кои што се занимаваат со контрола и надзор и регулирање на оваа дејност, така и во соработка со Комората за приватна безбедност и секторот во секторот за управни надзори кај нас, каде што се почнува со отварање на фирма за оваа дејност и каде што перманентно се следи таа фирма, да видиме, да направиме нов регистар, кои се тие фирми што се занимаваат со оваа дејност, колку вработени имаат тие, што работат тие и дали се целосно усогласени со законското решение од 2012 година, одnosno законот за приватно обезбедување. Таму дојдовме до некои неубави податоци. Од негдека 200 дозволи издадени од носењето на првото законско решение до сега, едва и 50 работат по закон. Тоа е пропуст на нас, тоа е пропуст на Министерството за внатрешни работи и ние си го прифатиме дека тоа е наша грешка. За елиминација на таа грешка ги побаравме пререгистрација или преевидентирање на сите фирми. Попросто кажано, во секторот што е надлежен за работа со агенциите за приватна безбедност и веднаш во соработка со Комората за приватно обезбедување, зашто сум посебно благодарен нашиот правен сектор и ние како професионалци што се занимаваме со овој дел, во изготвување на едно упатство во кое што точно ќе се опише начинот на контрола и надзор на работењето на овие фирми. Од Комората за приватна безбедност до правните лица и до физичките лица кои што се занимаваат со оваа дејност на терен. Зошто е многу битно ово упатство? Сакам неколку сегменти од него да кажам, за да може аудиториумот тука да ме разбере и да ме свати што сакам да кажам. За прв пат во тоа упатство се предвидува редовен, вореден и контролен надзор. До сега не беше така. До сега министерот формираше комисија за контрола и надзор, и таа комисија постапуваше посвесно, на последица, никогаш превентивно. Во ово упатство е предвиден редовен надзор еднаш годишно задолжително на сите, од Комората до сите правни лица што се занимаваат со оваа дејност, било да е физичко, техничко обезбедување или обезбедување за сопствени потреби. Во упатството е предвидена втора категорија вореден надзор. Воредниот надзор е по пријава, поплака, граѓани, државни институции, непосредно забележување на полициските службеници и друго. За таа цел, веќе неколку месеци откако сум јас председател на оваа комисија, функционираат и две мејл адреси на кои што секој може да пријави нерегуларности во работењето на овие правни лица. Едната мејл адреса е во Комората за приватно обезбедување, втората мејл адреса е во секторот кој што се занимава со оваа дејност во Министерството за внатрешни работи. По добивање на тие пријави веднаш се процесираат до подрачните сектори за постапување по нив. И третата категорија на надзор е контролен надзор. Што значи контролен надзор? Контролен надзор е надзор по изречена мерка. Значи, нашето законско решение не предвидува веднаш одземање на дозволата за работа или она најригорозна мерка. Туку прво следи со превентивна мерка, се изрекува прекршок со санкција, се дава рок од 15, 20, 30 дена, зависност од прекршокот, да тоа правно лице ги отклони таа негативност. Затоа е потребно да се направи повторно контролен надзор во кој што ќе се провери дали таа негативност е отклонета. За прв пат во ово упатство се предвидени и формулари, записник за контрола на правно лице и записник за контрола на физичко лице на терен. За прв пат во упатството контролата и надзорот се дели на два дела. Контрола на правните лица врши комисијата номинирана со решение од министерот за внатрешни работи. Контрола на физичките лица што непосредно работат со оваа дејност на терен врши униформираната полиција. Тоа е само едниот сегмент што се појави како слабост во недоволен надзор, недоволна контрола од страна на Министерството за внатрешни работи врз правните лица кои се занимаваат со оваа дејност. Една од причините за трката по пари, трката по взимање на тендерите, без да провериме, без да направиме соодветна проценка на ризик, една од причините, не би рекол главна причина, бито една од причините. Понатака, имав прилика да слушам неколку излагања на овој самит и самите излагања на овој самит не воведуваат во едно ново време, една нова ера, една дигитална ера, кај што веќе полека, но сигурно ќе треба да се напушти физичкото обезбедување со она што на времето го правиме со работници на терен. Тоа неминуно ќе треба да предизвика и промена на програмите за обука на лицата што се занимаваат со оваа дејност. Тие програми ги носи Министерство за внатрешни работи во соработка со Комората. Тоа во иднина задолжително мора да го направиме. Во иднина треба да се зголеми и како координацијата со работката меѓу лица и правните лица кои што работат на одреден подрачен сектор наш од Министерството за внатрешни работи со полициските службеници на терен и во иднина секако ќе треба да се размисли и да видиме како тоа би можеле да го изведеме, да сите овие мониторинг центри што ги имаат овие правни лица, што се занимаваат со дејност приватна безбедност, да бидат поврзани со нашиот мониторинг центар, затоа што и реформата што е во тек по новиот закон за внатрешни работи во Министерството за внатрешни работи, и текако голем дел од работата на полициските службеници ќе замени техниката, оние камери што министерот ги најавува перманентно, оние дронови што ги гледате и така натака. Од анализата на прекршоците, изречени према фирми, према овие правни лица, би спомнал само една бројка, за првото тромесечие од оваа година извршени се 1600 надзори, констатирани се 70 прекршоци, од кои што поголемиот дел прекршоци се уште прекршок нема легитимација, се уште прекршок нема лиценца, се уште прекршок нема соодветна работна облека, се уште прекршоци нема соодветно обележување на обезбедување на јавен место. Јас знам дека во комората се изготви еден прирачник од страна на стручната фела, професорите и професионалците што се занимаваат со оваа дејност, еден прирачник за обезбедување на јавни настани. Може ќе има потреба и таму да се делува за да работиме на превенирање на вакви немили настани. Нас, очигледно, ни фали превенцијата. Ни фали меѓусебната комуникација, ни фали меѓусебната соработка, да не се гледаме како непријатели и да се надпреваруваме приватна и јавна безбедност. Нема безбедност во една држава, во еден сектор, во една населба, без сегментот приватна безбедност. Толку би имал јас на кратко, тука сум за сите прашања што...
Ви благодарам. Точно го потврдувате или да речам дека се надоврзувате на констатациите од председателката на комората, односно и вие укажавте на таа соработка која што е исклучително важна, која што мора да ја градиме и во која што мора да вложуваме меѓу јавниот и приватниот сектор, да речеме тоа ќе се надогради и да биде и трипартитна соработка. И ви благодарам за ова што кажавте дека веќе при Министерството има формален механизам за контрола и надзор преку ова изготвено упатство. Меѓутоа исто така споменавте или укажавте дека во вашите надзори се констатирани различни прекршоци. Па во тој дел јас би сакала да се надоврзам и на следната панелистка, односно, да, вие кажавте дека имате констатирано прекршоци, меѓутоа визави случајот кој што беше иницијатива за организирање на овој панел, мора да кажеме дека постои и кривична одговорност и работниците или вршителите на приватното обезбедување, односно компаниите и работниците, имаат своји обврски и одговорности во своето работење, кои што може да иницираат прекршочна или кривична одговорност. Па професорке, вие како универзитетска професорка по кривично право, ве молам да ни појасните каде се повлекува границата помеѓу прекршочната и кривичната одговорност во доменот на работењето на приватното обезбедување.
Благодарам, поздрав до сите. Веројатно јас го добив најтешкото прашање. Човек не може да не воздивне кога зборува за споменатиот инцидент. И со оглед на фактот што, како што споменавте, сум професорка по кривично право, а имаме тековен судски процес за, ете така го нарекуваме, инцидентот во Кочани, јас ќе се обидам да не зборувам конкретно за тој инцидент, ќе зборувам малку пошироко, поопшто. Меѓутоа мислам дека одредени алузии сите ќе ги сватиме. На прв поглед изгледа дека разграничувањето меѓу прекршочна и кривична одговорност е лесно, меѓутоа во пракса се покажа дека е тоа многу тешко. Дури морам да кажем за вакви ситуации, онака во една пожестока неофицијална дебата влеговме и со јавните обвинители како треба да се третираат вакви комплексни настани. Зошто е тоа така? Кога имате ситуација кога на терен има еден работник за обезбедување што нешто презел и саме да речеме актер во целата ситуација, многу е лесно да процените дали ги пречекорил овластувањата, дали ги применил на вистински начин или не, и да утврдите дали се работи за прекршок, дали се работи за кривично дело. Меѓутоа, кога имате вакви комплексни настани, ги нарекуваме инциденти, несреќи, кривично-правни настани и така натаму, но не значи дека сите учесници и сите присутни на настанот треба да имаат кривична одговорност. Секој е со некаква задача на настанот, од аспект зборувам на оние лица кои извршувале некакви задачи, нормално тука граѓаните кои што се наоѓаат на некакви забави, културно-уметнички настани, спортски настани, нека бидат јавни собири, мирни и така натаму, се со друга цел на место. Ќе тргнам од прекршочната одговорност, вие споменавте, низа закони, пред се Законот за приватно обезбедување, опфаќа прекршочни одредби, предвидени се за физичкото лице, одговорното лице во правното лице, тие се прилично јасни, повеќе се од технички карактер. Меѓутоа може да се случи кога работникот за приватно обезбедување е на терен и има определена задача да учествува во действие што представува прекршочна одговорност, еве да речеме овозможување на лице, малолетно лице, дете во угостителски објект после 24 часот, што е опфатено со други закони, да речеме закон за прекршоците против јавниот ред и мир и така натаму, па сега ако имаме на терен работник за приватно обезбедување, кој што има за задача да контролира, да овозможи влез-излез на лица, тој не сме дури и клиентот тоа да го побара, не сме надвор од закон да постапува. И тука се проширува одговорноста не само од собствениците на угостителски објекти и така натаму, и на оние кои што на некој начин тоа го овозможуваат. Исто така во еден ваков настан не може да ни се сите со иста улога. Имаме извршители, имаме помагачи, обично оние кои што овозможуваат нешто да се случи, се помагачи во делото што го вршат, сега може би зборувам малку на постручен јазик, ама мислам дека сите ќе ме разберат, во основното дело што се врши. Така што многу зависи и секогаш треба да се тргне, пак ќе речам, може би и не е толку комплицирано како што изгледа и во комплицираните случаи, ако се вратиме школски на почетокот и тргнеме од тоа, кој каква задача имал, кој какви овластувања имал, како ги извршил, дали ги пречекорил и така натаму. Слушаме за различни концепти на одредени видови на верижни одговорности и така натаму, каузалитети и слично, што во еден дел излегуваат сосема од казнено-правната наука. И затоа сакам тука да нагласам дека во еден кривично-правен настан може да имаме различни типови на одговорност, различни својства на учесниците. Што се однесува до кривичната одговорност, таа е малку покомплексна и кај работниците за приватно обезбедување е првично е поврзана со она што значи пречекорување на нивните овластувања, а со оглед на тоа што се лица што вршат дејност од јавен интерес и постапуваат во службено својство, немаме дилема дека практично скоро и се изедначуваат со службените лица, бидејќи и самите кривични дела од кривичниот законник од главата кривични дела против службената должност, ако не во првиот, во втор, трет став и така натаму, ги споменуваат и категориите службено лице и категориите лице што врши работа од јавен интерес. Значи би можело да се соочат со правни квалификации од типот злоупотреба на службена положба и овластување, несовесно работење во службата и други. При извршување на нивните овластувања може да навлезат и во други казнено-правни сфери на заштита. Да речеме, едно од овластувањата е, нели, рековме, проверка на идентитет, легитимирање, имаме телесна заштита како вид на физичко обезбедување, значи работниците за обезбедување доаѓаат во допир со лични податоци, сензитивна материја и може да навлезат лесно во она што значи повреда на приватноста и заштитата на личните податоци што секој од нас ја има. Па доколку несоодветно постапуваат, не го чуваат како тајна она што го дознале, да речеме, ако јас имам лице што ми дава телесна заштита, веројатно оди покрај мене, слуша со кого зборувам, споделувам информации кои што мора да ги чува како тајна, бидејќи во спротивно, ако ги сподели неовластено, врши кривично дело неовластено откривање на тајна. Најголемиот проблем во практичната примена е кога се применува физичка сила. Знаеме дека секогаш случајот мора да се проценува и отпосле да се оценува дали имало потреба од примена на физичка сила или не, дали има пречекорување и така натаму. Ова значи практично сето ова што го споменав, значи дека работниците за обезбедување треба да бидат навистина добри правници, а не се правници по професија, а одговорноста им е голема. Дали имаме проблеми со законодавството? Апсолутно не. Нормално е определена сфера комплементарно да е покриена со различни закони. Имаме многу солиден закон за приватно обезбедување, кој што се врзува во одредени сегменти со кривичниот законник, законот за кривична постапка, имаме и задржување како овластување и така натаму, други закони во поглед на прекршоците и слично. Така што, како ова да го надминеме во пракса? Спомена и председателката, спомена и колегата Савовски, многу е битно одговорноста да се бара враќајќи се назад. Склучувајте договори. Мора да се знае што има во договорот, кои се овластувањата и договорите мора да се индивидуализирани, не треба да се образци, не треба да се шеми и врз основа на тоа потоа ќе може да се гради определен случај во насока на тоа дали се работи за кривична, прекршочна одговорност или исклучување на секаква одговорност и затоа апелирам агенциите за приватно обезбедување на своите работници да им обезбедат ад-хок специјализирани обуки и континуирана едукација. Благодарам.
Ви благодарам, професорке. Навистина, многу детално ја представивте пред нас големата одговорност која што ја имаат вршителите на дејност приватно обезбедување. Поврзано со претходните излагања, во кои што укажавме дека и менаџерите, управителите имаат одговорност и тие треба да знаат што да прават прво кога се нафаќаат да превземат некоја услуга за обезбедување, кога треба да направат договор, кога треба да направат безбедносна проценка, кога треба да ангажираат луѓе за работници за приватно обезбедување, кои што работници за приватно обезбедување ги спроведуваат овластувањата, па згоре на тоа укажавте на една широка палета на закони која што треба да ја познаваат, која што треба да ја имаат во предвид и тоа сето ја отсликува реалната состојба во секторот дека вршењето на приватно обезбедување е една многу комплексна задача. Ќе ми дозволите да се обратам до професорот Злате Димовски. Вие долги години сте вклучен во нашиот сектор, ги знаете добро состојбите, ги познавате и вршителите на дејност, вклучен сте и во различни видови на едукации, вклучен сте и во различни видови на вежби во компаниите за приватно обезбедување по различни сценарија и имате директен увид во тоа каква е состојбата кај вршителите на дејност. Може ли да ни го споделите вашето мислење за тоа и да ни кажете според вас каде треба да се насочат напорите и инвестициите со цел да се унапреди работењето во нашиот сектор и да имаме висока одговорност како на компаниите, така и на вршителите непосредно која што ќе биде кон сите и кон целиот систем и кон клиентот и општо кон граѓаните.
Благодарам, Сања. Добар ден. Ме представија доволно. Добар дел од вас и ме познаваат, пошто сум активно вклучен, како што кажа, направија добра профилакса од комората, Сања направи добра профилакса. Би сакал да се обратам за неколку поенти, она што практично нема да влезе во контролата и надзорот, кој што може да ги исплаши низа на менаџери, нема да навлезе во ова што колешката Дејановска го објаснуваше околу самата одговорност. Јас многу повеќе ќе се осврнам на она што е општата активност или дејност на самите компании и докаде сме практично во севкупното работење и она што би значило перспективи, што е она што треба да се надогради за да можеме евентуално да имаме еден навистина добар систем. Идеален не постои, меѓутоа сепак добар систем кој што нема да биде да навлезе нити во делот на кривичната и прекршочната одговорност, нити пак ќе има одговорност од аспект на телата кои што се за контрола и надзор. Прво, пофалби до самата комора, реално и до сите овие агенции кои што постојат долг временски период. Навистина имаше едно турбулентно време, издржаја тие турбуленции, ги издржаја. Имавме долг период на нејасни активности, многу превземање на своја рака, на дејности кои што не беа врзани конкретно за законот. Мислам дека се донесе сето тоа во ред што е за пофалба и сето тоа мислам дека се должи на се она што го прави самата комора. Ова малку маркетиншки за самата комора. Во секој случај, она што е многу добро е дека менаџерите веќе и сите оние кои што се собственици на агенциите за обезбедување, кои што навлегува во овој сектор, дали ќе го наречеме приватна безбедност или евентуално корпоративна безбедност, тоа зависи од кој како сака да си го опиши сето тоа, затоа што сметам дека кога се спомене приватна безбедност, барем поголемиот дел од граѓаните, оние неупатените, едноставно подразбираат она што би значело лично обезбедување на одредено лице или телохранителство. Практично не е тоа. Ова е сосема друга дејност која што навистина се наметна во нашето општество и сега имаме компании кои што се подготвени, кои што веќе реализираат навистина комплексни задачи и од аспект на давање на услуги и од аспект на она што значи едноставно обезбедување на сопствената компанија. Сето тоа се должи практично на еден континуиран процес на работа на комората, на работа на низа на стручњаци кои што бевме вклучени во овај дел на самата обука и навистина резултатите се евидентни и веќе имаме нешто многу повисоко ниво. Инциденти се случували и ќе се случуваат. Тоа е факт, тоа е неминовност. Не секогаш можеме да лоцираме одговорноста веднаш, пошто се работи сега, ние дискутираме за еден инцидент кој што е овде и тоа беше фактички поводот за овај панел. Едноставно треба да се огледаме само колку постапките кои што предходеле на самиот настан, колку самите постапки за самиот настан и посвестум биле во согласност со позитивната законска регулатива и со искуствата кои што ние ги имаме, затоа што добар дел и не се регулирани соодветно во самите законски и подзаконски акти, него дефинитивно се работи по искуствени методи што и секаде во светот. Она што е добро е дека се согласно законот за приватно обезбедување се организираат доста обуки, тие обуки даваат резултати и веќе го добиваме тој позитивен фидбек во смисла дека добро е сето она што се прави и треба и понатаму да се продолжи. Понатаму се издадоа и доста едиции, доста прирачници, доста сопови и така натаму, нешто што многу значи во самиот начин на третирање на се она што е пропишано во Законот за приватно обезбедување и нормално дека веќе одиме чекор напред кон остручување на севкупниот кадар, пред се и над се на менаџерите, а после тоа и на сите оние кои што се вклучени во самиот процес на обезбедувањето. Техниката веќе ја има во доволна мера, од она што јас имам сознание, од она што јас гледам, факт е дека техничко-технолошкиот развој е многу брз, не може да се следи во соодветен чекор, меѓутоа мислам дека кај нас во Република Македонија дефинитивно имаме добро зафаќање во однос на техничките средства, на она што би значело агенциите да си ги набавуваат, поставуваат и евентуално да работат по нив. Она што дополнително недостасува е самите ресурси. Факт е дека сите агенции кубурат со кадарот едноставно го нема, кадарот пошто не се бара некоја посебна професионалност, дефинитивно доаѓа лаички, да кажам, во оваа област, чисто само колку да најде соодветно вработување и затоа е потребен тој континуиран процес, на што го спомена професорката Дејановска, за обуки на севкупниот кадар кој што се наоѓа таму, почнувајќи од менаџерите, стимнувајќи се до најниското ниво, до обезбедувачите кои што се на сам терен, кои што ги реализираат севкупните задачи. Меѓутоа, согласно она што ни се случува во нашата држава, она условна ја најавија тука некаква си поделба на јавна и државна безбедност или евентуално организирана безбедност од страна на државата, дефинитивно треба таа дискрепанца или тој некаков си јаз да се надмине. Нам ни треба веќе едноставно систем кој што ќе не интегрира сите. Зошто? Затоа што сите сме одговорни за безбедност. Пред се и над се за личната безбедност, потоа за севкупната безбедност на нашето семејство, на нашите блиски, па и на самото општество. Доколку немаме таква интеграција, доколку немаме координација, ништо нема да постигнеме. Зошто? Повеќе пати во комуникација на оние средби кои што сме ги имале со официјални институции во државата кои што се одговорни или дел од тој безбедносно-разузнавачки систем на Република Македонија, секогаш е наметнувам потребата да присуствува представник од Комората за приватно обезбедување, но и во самите акти кои што се изготвуваат, дали тоа се сопови, дали тоа ќе се викаат резолуции или не знам какво се име ќе носат, кои што до некаде ќе имаат и задолжителност во однос на примената, дефинитивно да се вклопи приватната безбедност. Зошто? Затоа што се она што се случува на терен, се случува на нечија територија каде што некоја агенција обезбедува. Ние не можеме први да стигнеме таму, поточно не може да стигне полицијата прва таму, него напротив, први стигнуваат токму тие од безбедноста, од приватната безбедност. Тие се таму, тие се задолжени за самата територија, за она што го имаат нормално во договорите кои што ги споменавме. Доколку тие немаат упатства како да постапат. Ако тие не знаат да искоординираат заедно со полициските службеници кои што први ќе дојдат на самото лице место, ако не знаат соодветно да го обезбедат тоа лице место, ако не се постапи како што треба по сите оние правила, едноставно ќе се униште севкупниот доказен материјал, се она што може да се собере на самото лице место и последиците можат да бидат фатални. Затоа настојуваме, она што го споменаа претходно дека имаме доста обуки, да, сум вклучен во низа на обуки, не во сите, што е нормално, едноставно да наметнеме на размисла пред се и над се за одговорноста на самите обезбедувачи, за одговорноста на менаџерите, за одговорноста на комората, но за одговорности на државните институции во однос на тој систем на координација. Доколку немаме координација, јас сум дури за малку поголема координација во смисла на размена на разузнавачки информации. Нормално, не на сите, на лица кои што ќе бидат одговорни, дали во комората или евентуално на пониското ниво во секоја агенција да има одговорно лице кое што ќе има соодветни проверки за него и така натаму, лиценциран ќе биде да може да работи со разузнавачки податоци, да стигнуваат до него дел од оние кои што по системот потребно е да знае, треба да ги добиваат. Зошто? За да можат да се подготват. Не можете вие, не знаете каков ќе биде, еве, најкласично еден собир на граѓани, каде што, нели, најавен собир, мирен, по вокација мирен, едноставно не знаеме ние што ќе кулминира, кон што ќе се движи сето тоа, какви провокатори ќе имаме таму, можеби да има инциденти. Ако има сознание службите, добро би било да се пренесе на агенциите за приватно обезбедување да тие ги, можеби ресурсите ги пренаменат, ги алоцираат, можеби ги појачаат или евентуално постапат согласно насоките кои што ќе ги дадат соодветните државни институции. Таа координација треба да постои и затоа е потребен тој еден систем на заедничко делување, затоа што веќе и самите агенции, односно комората севкупно со своите членки спаѓа во тој безбедносно разузнавачки систем на Република Македонија. Благодарам.
Ви благодарам и вам, професоре Димовски. И вие се надоврзавте на сите поенти предходно. Јас ке си дозволам да ги издвојам клучните поенти од нашиот панел со кој што сите се сложивме. Прво и основно, дека треба да имаме споделена одговорност. Беше споменато дека одговорноста треба да биде споделена помеѓу вршителите на дејноста, помеѓу надлежните засегнати институции, пред се Министерството за внатрешни работи, но и други безбедносни институции и помеѓу нарачателите или корисниците на услугата. Тоа треба да е врвен приоритет на агендата на поширокото општествено делување и само преку ваква заеднички споделена одговорност, меѓутоа и соработка и координација, па дури и некои нови напредни тези кои што вие ги споделувате и за кои што во иднина треба да се разговара, сите се во контекст на истото. Споделена одговорност како би имале еден интегрален безбедносен систем во кој што ќе бидат препознаени сите чинители секој со својата улога. Втората поента е дека е потребно да бараме, да добиеме, да имаме во нашиот сектор јасни механизми за одговорност, механизми за отчетност. И многу ни е драго што еве во Министерството веќе постои таков формален механизам. За прв пат во функционирањето на секторот за приватно обезбедување изготвено ова упатство за контрола и надзор, меѓутоа исто така имаме и други дополнително изработени стандардни оперативни процедури за начини на постапување кои што го канализираат и уредно го пропишуваат постапувањето на вршителите на дејност и на компаниите. И третата клучна поента од овој панел во која што досега ние вложуваме, меѓутоа еве поради инцидентот и поради севкупното функционирање на нашиот сектор повторно мораме да ја укажеме, тоа е дека вршителите на дејноста мораат во континуитет и интензивно да вложуваат во сопствено унапредување, во сопствено стручно надоградување, во обуки на сите нивоа, и на високо ниво за менаџментот, и на стручни обуки од типот на безбедносни проценки, начин на вршење на дејност, меѓутоа и на кадрите кои што вршат на терен приватно обезбедување, без оглед дали имаат кариера и искуство или пак на новите вработени, ќе заклучиме дека тоа е неминовен дел и мора да е активен дел од нашето севкупно функционирање. Јас ви благодарам многу за споделувањето на вашите ставови. Сметам дека дадовме значителен придонес. Сакам да прашам дали можеби од публиката има прашање некое за панелистите и за сите учесници денес. Да, повелете.
Океј. Izvolite.
Dobar dan, lijepi pozdrav svima, je li ovo uključeno? Je. Dobro. Zahvaljujem na organizaciji ovog stručnog skupa i hvala na gostoprimstvu i ljubaznosti s kojim ste nas dočekali. Ja sam Nikola Turkalj, načelnik sektora za inspekcijske poslove Ministarstva unutarnjih poslova Republike Hrvatske. Ovu problematiku što govorite je kod nas u sektoru vezana, dakle, sektor za inspekcijske poslove odgovoran je za zaštitu od požara, privatnu zaštitu, eksplozive, oružje, radiološku nuklearnu sigurnost, razminiranje i civilnu zaštitu. Znači, veliki spektar imamo stručnih područja i htio sam samo vam dati presjek malo u Republici Hrvatskoj. Što kažete, uvijek je važna ta preventiva i stalno ju treba naglašavati da ljudi budu svjesni, no međutim, kad pogledate, mlađi ljudi možda i nisu toliko educirani, ali pokušavamo i njih educirati. Nama se sad u zadnje vrijeme dešava da starije osobe, punoljetne, zlorabe pirotehniku, imamo smrtne slučaje, ne znam jeste pratili, ali unatoč edukacijama, upozorenjima ministarstva, stalno nam se dešavaju takve nekakve nesreće. Evo, jučer smo imali gušenje 2 osobe od najvjerojatnije ugljikovog monoksida. Tako da Ministarstvo unutarnjih poslova stalno inzistira na preventivi, na nadzorima. Mi smo kategorizirali sve naše pravne osobe u 4 skupine i prva nam je najveći prioritet i obilazimo ih, a budući smo turistička zemlja, isto tako te noćne klubove gdje se okupljaju mladi, obavezno moramo obići i pogledati smjera zaštite od požara, da li su svi ti naši zakonski i podzakonski akti ispunjeni vezano za evakuaciju, požarno opterećenje, prohodnost, sve gledamo, znači, prije početka turističke sezone kako nam se, ne daj Bože, ali nikad ne znate, ljudi su ko ljudi, natrpaju previše ljudi u prostore, zakrče evakuacijske putove, požarno opterećenje naprave. Tu je jasna poruka mladima da, znači, čim se vidi pirotehnika u nekom zatvorenom prostoru ili neki dim, treba napustiti prostor što prije, jer ti štetni plinovi koji se počnu razvijati jednostavno su brži od svega i stvaraju se velike žrtve i gubici, za čime žalimo i jako nam je žao. Evo, samo sam vam htio prenesti dio Republike Hrvatske, da imamo isto dosta posla na tim prevencijama, edukacijama, ali evo, nažalost, unatoč svemu tome imamo gubitke, imamo ljudske žrtve, ali ne smijemo posustati i moramo obavljati te nadzore uvijek, znači, i planski i nama po dojavi građana. Naročito ovo kada se desilo kod vas ova tragedija u ožujku, mi smo dobili hrpu poziva od naših građana da provjerimo još jednom sve noćne klubove, disko klubove gdje nam se okuplja mladež i to nam je prioritet jer smo turistička zemlja, moramo to napraviti, moramo obići i naše zakonodavstvo kaže da se ne može prenamijeniti zgrada, građevina iz jedne uporabe u drugu, znači moramo sudjelovati u tome da bi dobili odobrenje da se mogu baviti nekom drugom djelatnošću. Nažalost, ima nekad i tih ilegalnih za koje ne znamo, ali očito, evo, problematika je zajednička i ja vam želim da si uredite zakonsku regulativu i podzakonske propise kako biste imali alat da dovedete sve u stanje. Mi isto, znači, idemo represivno sa naređenim mjerama, kažnjavamo, a onda normalno nekad i rješenjem zabranimo obavljanje nekakve djelatnosti. I ne daj Bože, ako se, što kažete, desi ovakav teška tragedija sa smrtnim posljedicama, onda je to iznad nas, znači više nije taj prekršajni zakon, nego je kazneni zakon. Evo, oprostite, malo sam vam uzeo vremena, ali evo, želim vam svako dobro и puno uspjeha u konferенцiji.
Ви благодарам на вашиот коментар и на споделување на вашето искуство од состојбите во Хрватска. Да прашам уште еднаш, ве молам, дали има некое друго прашање за гостите панелисти?
Može na kavi. Na ručku, gdje god, na mezi, kako god.
Ви благодарам на вниманието и на вистина може да продолжиме со агендата.
Hvala najljepša, благодарам. Preuzimaš.
Ви благодариме за вниманието со кое што ја проследивте оваа панел дискусија. Многу е важно од ваквите големи трагедии, од ваквите случаи да извлечеме поука и искуство кое што ќе помогне во иднина да се подигне степенот на безбедност и да се превенираат слични вакви состојби. А сега, да, ќе преведеш? Не.
Ba, htio sam samo reći da je u stvari najbitnije od svega da shvatimo da ako je zajednica uređena i ako je zajednici dobro, svima nama je dobro i zaštićeni smo. Tako da moramo malo više voditi računa o zajednici u kojoj živimo nego samo o osobnom interesu, prodaju ulaznica i slično. And now in English we have another keynote speech that awaits us, and it's a combination of one gentleman joining us on stage and a lovely lady joining us online with the modern technology, and that will we use in a few seconds. Importance of IoT on fire safety. That's actually a normal upgrade to this panel that we just heard.
Така, следната панел дискусија ќе биде на тема важноста на интернет алатките за заштита од пожари. Најљубезно на сцена го покануваме Јакуб Беднарс, кој што е продукт и маркетинг менеджер за Европа, Африка и Блискиот Исток, Bosch Security and Safety Systems, и ќе имаме онлайн вклучување на оваа панел дискусија.
Welcome, Jacob. Nice to have you. The floor is yours. Let's do it together. Oh, there is always another guest who waits us. So please introduce you in a few seconds.
Let's hope now it's okay. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 1. It's okay, yes? Okay, so still giving you a few seconds to move around actually. Good afternoon, Macedonia. Good afternoon, Adria region. I'm really honored to have a chance to give you the presentation as we are really in a group of the industry professionals. My name is Jakub Bednarz. I'm representing Bosch company. I'm a product marketing manager. Together with me, there is Stephanie Stoidel joining us. She's our head when it comes to the cloud products in the offering located in Munich in Germany. So if you can jump to the next slide, please. Yeah. Oh, super. Some delay. So actually, IoT, I remember my very first presentations regarding the topic of IoT, the Internet of Things. It was like really plenty of years ago. It was something new. It was just like, wow, would be great actually to see really the daily use products connected to the cloud, accessible from any place in the world. But that was actually sounding like a sort of science fiction, and I thought it not gonna happen as fast as it already happened to all of us. So we are living in the smart cities at the moment, yeah? I really mean that like dynamic traffic control, light control based on the daytime actually on the traffic. It's something what we are all facing in most of the European cities at the moment. Connected healthcare also actually, yes, this is not something new to us, like a smartwatch, which is helping us not only to fit in a good shape, but also monitor the health condition and let us to even share the data with the cloud, share the data with the doctor, get it really public and early alert about any anomalies. Also smart homes, actually I was just even personally finishing a house construction just recently, so I'm in shock like how much things I can really connect online, like opening the doors of my house, like really having a video camera system on hand, arming the alarms, disarming the alarms, all the things actually, this is actually all in the hand pocket. Next step is only about the integration to have it even in a one app using the third-party products for that. But we are also here not only to talk about the IoT in general, but maybe I want to hand over to Stephanie to jump already to the fire industry and give you some insights about fire in the IoT domain.
Thank you, Jakob. So also warm welcome from my side from the city of Munich. So when you talk about IoT and fire safety, we often think of fire safety as this one alarm, meaning a really loud signal that screams after something has already gone wrong, so after the smoke is already there. But what if we could anticipate, so maybe even predict a fire before it actually starts? So we would like to talk today about a reality where the IoT isn't just a small tweak to the fire detection, but is fundamentally reshaping the whole approach of fire prevention. So we are talking about a real paradigm shift here, so moving away from just alarms towards this proactive, data-driven safety systems. And it promises high efficiency and a truly smart, proactive protection. And the really good news are, it's already happening. So strategically integrating IoT into fire safety isn't a luxury anymore. So it's really becoming crucial. And almost every company is offering any kind of remote solution today. But the question is, which of these solutions is truly sustainable and offers the best possible benefits and efficiency gains? And of course, in best case, without having to completely replace the existing equipment. So the key takeaway here is clear. Fire safety is shifting from a reactive alarm to proactive intelligent protection. And this transformation is happening right now.
Yeah, please change. Okay. So actually now a question to all of you from my side. As we are talking about the IoT, about remote connectivity of the security products, do you know if it's somehow regulated? Do we have any regulation in place which is stating actually, okay, the answer is just behind my back, so helps you a bit, but still, like, feel free to raise your hand up, whoever was already familiar with that, with EN 5710. It's a European level standard that is really stating on how does the infrastructure shall look like, what are the responsibilities, what should be conquered in a project documentation. This is really a detailed document of 20 to 30 pages, which I want to briefly share with you today. So actually, first of all, what do we want to achieve? And these are really the considerations based on the standard. Why do we want to remotely connect the sites to the cloud infrastructure? And the first of all is really about the reduction of the visits on site. And to make the long story short, actually time is money. So whenever we can get rid of the inspection on site, replace it by the remote visit, and still make the work done, we are saving the time and therefore saving the money. The next point actually, necessary equipment taken on site for the corrective measures. I need to say there is nothing more frustrating to all of us if the service company comes on site several times to fix the same trouble. It cannot be like that. If you see that the company comes first, second, third attempt actually to maintain the fire system in this specific case, this is not looking professional at all, and this is what is also meant in the standard, that thanks to the remote connectivity, we should have all the information on hand and well prepared for the service visits so that we avoid recurring on site. And the last point, it's usually further from our considerations, but still and directly mentioning the standard. This is about the reducing the waste and reducing the carbon footprint. How to make it happen? Digitalizing the documentation access. So if we have all the fire alarm system information available in the cloud, we don't need a printed documentation in this case. We reduce the waste, first of all, and the printed format, whereas actually increase the accessibility to the information. And the second point is that actually less traveling on site means less CO2 impact on the environment, which is also, sustainability is a real trend. There is no question about that. If you go to the next one. Yeah, so actually how does it look like? And this is also not only for the fire systems. Whichever low voltage systems you're dealing with, the infrastructure is meant in the standard for video systems, for access control systems, for fire alarm systems, voice evacuation, and so on. So the heart of that, the real basis, is actually the remote access server. It's a server, it's a central element located somewhere in the world, connectable from the end devices, as we see. So FSS, Fire Safety System Site, these are really the namings even from the standard. It means a single site or plenty of sites connected to one and the same infrastructure via the remote access endpoints. So it's meant that the system has to have a dedicated device that establishes this safe and direct connection between the server and the endpoint. And on the other hand side, we have the recipients. So there is a client infrastructure, which can be actually my mobile phone, can be a web browser, can be any other edge device, which is accessible for the authorized staff and provide up-to-date information about the system. So actually, what is possible? This is also a question. What kind of functionalities? And I need to say that for each and every type of the low-voltage security system, there are different functionalities being named in the standard. And first of all, it's about the control functions. So it's said that remote disablement of the element, remote blocking of the element, this is basically allowed, but in case if it's visible on site for the system operator, so it's made that the site is actually permanently maintained, someone on the site see that there was a certain detector blocked, for example, and that the person is able to override locally whatever was happening online. This is crucial. But this is for blocking disablements. If we talk about proceeding of the fire alarms in the remote format, then basically it always calls for the on-site verification. So this is why, for instance, in our case, we are offering one-way connectivity to the fire alarm system. We can read the data, but we are really limited when it comes to maneuvering the fire alarm system in the remote manner, as this is not in line with the standard meant here. The second point, actually, for the read functions, there are no real limitations for that in field. And the last one, it's about the update function. It also comes with very serious requirements whenever we want to update the system online, meaning we want to change the configuration file, or we want to upgrade the firmware of the product on site. It's really requesting a so-called rollback functionality. So it means if the system on site breaks, if during the remote upload, the file or actually the internet access is getting closed, the site must be able to return to the, meetings are just one to leave. Something happened? Let us. Yeah, I will actually continue maybe without the slide, and let's join online one. It's I knew that Macedonia might be challenging. I didn't expect it that far, but still. So for the update functions, for example, what we are doing in case of our equipment is that you can always return to the former configuration variant, and you can also always toggle back to the former firmware. And then it means that even if the connection breaks in the online format, actually you can still keep the system operating. Okay, good. So benefits, yeah, for that I will hand over to Stephanie back again.
Looking at the benefits for the end user first. So the primary goal for IoT and fire safety is of course to minimize the disruption in the operations and also to shorten the repair and inspection times. And how can this work? The simple answer is through remote diagnostics, the service technicians can identify and address issues much faster and often even without the need to be on-site immediately or on-site at all. So secondly, it also enables a quick reaction to events. So critical faults and alarmed information are instantly delivered to the mobile devices of the designated personnel, like for example, safety officers and facility managers. And this immediate notification drastically cuts down response times. And thirdly, IoT provides remote assist in system operation. So this is particularly crucial for sites managed by security companies with high personnel rotation. So remote access ensures here the continuity and consistent monitoring regardless of who's on duty. And finally, the user gain a fixed and convenient info access through modern web browsers, cockpits, and mobile apps. And this means the real-time data is always at their fingertips. Beyond the end users, the IoT also brings, of course, significant advantages to the installers and service providers. So it can really streamline their work and opening also up for new opportunities. So one major benefit is, of course, the less traveling. And as we now can offer really real-time system status information via remote, the unnecessary site visits can be avoided, meaning the resource allocation can be really optimized. Secondly, IoT enables predictive maintenance. So by continuous monitoring tendencies, for example, detector pollution increase, the maintenance can be really scheduled proactively. So this shifts us from reactive repairs to preventive action, which is significantly reducing the system downtime. Thirdly, we see more efficiency in overall operations. So a better on-site visit planning and also an optimization in the spare part arrangement will become possible with those detailed system data that we have available. This means the technician arrived prepared with the right tools and parts, which can increase the first-time fix rates. And lastly, IoTs allows for convenient commissioning. So installers can test their system and implement configuration changes remotely from any location. So this flexibility speeds up the deployment and allows for rapid adjustments. So on the one hand, service providers can really leverage these capabilities to offer new services, such as mentioned enhanced predictive maintenance contracts. But this does not only improve safety, but also optimize their staff utilization. So this really is possible to making their business more profitable. And of course, as Jakob already mentioned, sustainable in line with the EN 50/70/10.
Then actually regarding the requirements to that, according to the standards, there are like 6 to 7 general requirements being listed, whereas here I want to focus really on basically 2 to 3 of those. First of all is that the remote connection on site, it's not one-time activity. We many times interpret it like that we set up the remote session, remote connectivity on site, and we forget it. This is wrong approach. According to the standard, it must be really regularly maintained and updated. Why? Because of cybersecurity aspects. Yeah, we cannot install it once and actually expect that the protection we are using will be future-proof. Not at all. Especially with the cyber attacks, we must keep the site up to date. Second point, actually also quite related, so the security reliability. The third one, which is stating also on the training of the personnel using that. Yes, so it's also highlighted that the person who will be using the remote endpoints must be well trained. If it's about reading the data, we can say it's okay, but actually whenever you want to give someone the possibility to maneuver the system in the remote site, for sure such a person should have the right training in place. And last but not least, personally, to me, the most important fact is that this remote connectivity, this IoT connection of the first system cannot be restricted to the installer only. It must be accessible for the end user. Many times it's that we are using some sort of team viewers, for instance, to make the commissioning running faster, to make the maintenance works maybe smoother, but by the standard, it's not only a tool for the installer or technician. Whenever the system is connected to the cloud, the information must be also accessible for the end user. If you jump to the next slide, very shortly, actually, we are running with time, but for the security measures. Here is actually on the slide, you see some aspects that are important, but what is also important and what is the message from my side is that we must plan the remote connectivity early in time. By the standard, it's not something that actually you should do after the system has been installed and only then we wonder how we're gonna make a remote connectivity on site, but this is responsibility of the planner in close cooperation with the end user to identify the risks, to run the risk assessment, and already early in the planning stage to predict the entire infrastructure for the remote connectivity on site. And honestly, I cannot imagine designing a system in 2025 that someone is completely skipping this aspect. This is crucial for the future compatibility of the system and the simplification of the use and all the benefits that Stephanie was just mentioning to you. So we
okay,
jump to
then,
that part, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Then let's bring this to life with a real-world example. So we have here Grave Insurance. So Grave is a prominent Austrian insurance group with 62 offices across Croatia. And the primary challenge here was that they had unreliable fire alarms that were disrupting their office buildings. So the previous installed system frequently triggered false alerts, and that of course caused significant inconvenience and disruptions for the employees and clients. And this was for sure a critical issue affecting of course their daily operation and also their reputation. But this could be, of course, solved, and just by equipping all Grave office buildings with the Bosch Avner fire alarm system, and in addition, and very important, by connecting them to the Bosch Nexus Space Fire System Explorer remote service. And with this solution, the user benefit for Grave have been profound. So in terms of reliability, they've seen no more false alarms. They have prompt support, which is now also a reality with our partner Fidens, who's remotely monitoring and servicing the systems 24/7 via the Nexus Space Fire System Explorer. And they also achieved significant savings through reduced maintenance cost and due to the remote troubleshooting and compatibility with existing equipment. And also their operations are enhanced, so they have much faster response times now. They receive now detailed fire notifications via the app and email and have a predictive maintenance in place. And just hear some of the customer voice. So they highlighted especially the importance of the support and the accessibility, which is crucial for a safe environment in their daily business. And to summarize the advantages, so we discussed, we can distill the importance of IoT and fire safety into 4 main pillars. So the first pillar is the predictive reliability. So this is achieved through the real-time monitoring, which significantly reduces downtimes by allowing us to anticipate and address potential issues before they escalate. So this is about being proactive rather than reactive. The second pillar is data-driven insights. So IoT system collects big amount of data, providing analytics on alarms and system condition. So this data provides a deeper understanding of patterns and potential risks, which enables smarter safety planning and more informed decision-making. So we also move here from guesswork to really precise evidence-based strategies. Next, we have the remote monitoring and management. So central dashboards and mobile interfaces allow really for rapid multi-site actions. And this means fire safety systems across multiple locations can be monitored and managed from a single point, so ensuring consistent protection and also a quick intervention. And finally, the fourth pillar is operational efficiency. So with a better on-site visit planning and optimized spare part arrangements, the maintenance operations become much more streamlined and cost-effective. So the technicians can be deployed more strategically, and this leads to faster repair and reduced operation costs. So as we conclude, I want to leave you with this powerful statement. The future of fire safety is already here. And this future is really powered by IoT with the clear ultimate purpose to protect our life and assets.
If you want to learn more, actually, we are limited with time. We don't have a chance for the questions. I mean, here in the main stage, but you are more than welcome to our booth. We have a booth number 44. We have good Polish candies. We have a good coffee, Italian in this case. So more than welcome, actually, to join us and then to have additional discussions if you're interested in the topic. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, also from my side.
Thank you both for joining us. Bye-bye, Stephanie. Hope to have a nice day back at the office. And ladies and gentlemen, kein Problem. Ciao. As you've heard, the only business is done in person with candies, coffee, or lunch. But before that, we have a little bit more work to do. And actually, this one includes another summit talk or panel discussion from lovely guests who will be joining us. Because now, if you talk about big events, of course you have big risks. Kao što sami znate, sa sve većim događajem dolaze i veći rizici. Zbog toga smo sada u panelu koji službeno nosi naziv Kako zaštititi publiku, odnosno ekipu, odnosno veliku grupu ljudi, pogotovo ako ih dolazi svakim trenutkom sve više i više. Za taj panel zadužena su draga gospoda koja će nam se sada pridružiti na ovoj pozornici. Let's meet the dream team for how to protect crowds at scale, especially for big events and bigger risks. Ladies and gentlemen, clap your hands for the CEO and founder of Adria Security Services, Lario Lovric. Lario, your seat is over there. Welcome. Clap your hands for Viktor Bofim, COO of Adria Security Services, amigo meo do Brazil. Welcome. We have Dejan Stančević, Sales Manager, Adria Communications, joining us as well, and Ivailo Atanasov, General Manager of VIP Security, Board Member at Montezos JSC. Welcome to this part of everything. Actually, Viktor, if you could... okay. If you could sit, yeah, okay, wherever you want. We need a moderator, and you know him from the industry as well, security consultant, Ivan Funcic, joining us for the panel. Ivan, sit wherever you prefer. You can do to the left. Do we have all? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Where is the fourth? Jel stiže? We have Isidor. Okay. Okay, we call there Isidor to join us. Isidore umjesto Dejana, pardon, pa sad, evo, dobio prijavu zadnji tren. Isidor, welcome. Šoki gdje god treba. So, this panel will last 30 to 40 minutes. If you have some friends who want to learn how to take big crowds and big risks, call them on. Gentlemen, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I'm a bit. Can you hear me? Does this work?
Yes, in a few seconds. 3, 2, 1, try now.
Does it work?
Again.
It works. It works. Ah, good. Well, it's nice to have one of the first panels with classic security stuff. So I'm happy that I'm hosting this one. And yeah, we have a really interesting crowd. At the beginning, we were supposed to have also Mr. Jurica Jurjevic from Croatian Football Association, who is in charge over there. Was in charge, he left, but he was a guy specialized for security risk analysis, etc. But, well, he couldn't join. And instead of Mr. Dejan Stančević from Adria Communications, we have Isidor Sterbu from the same company. Sorry, Isidor, for bad pronunciation. And so, yeah, Isidor is from Adria, as I mentioned. Then we have two guys from, wait, I need to have my notes, because it's Adria Alamin Security, right, from Dubai, UAE. That's Lario Lovric from my left-hand side, and on the end, Mr. Viktor Bonfim. And they work in the Gulf region, well, actually all over the world. And as I understood, Adria Alamin is some reliable pearl, something like that.
Actually, it's a reliable protector.
I found out that there was some mentioning of a pearl or something like that. But yeah, then we have Mr. Ivailo Atanasov from VIP Security in Bulgaria, the biggest security company in Bulgaria. And well, I will do a little bit more, and of course myself as a moderator, I'm from Croatia. What? Can I use yeah, because I have a really big head and this thing is not that comfortable. Ah, hvala. Evo me opet. I have quite a big head and this is a small device. So, yeah, I'm Ivan Funcic. I'm in private security for my whole career. I was for the last 12 years in Securitas, and for the last 2.5 years I was CEO of Croatia, and I left 2 months ago. So now I'm a freelancer, and I enjoy this role as being really kind of independent. So anyhow, let me start with really, since two guys are here from Adria, I will start with Mr. Lario Lovric, who has huge experience in security, worked in, I didn't remember all the countries, but all over the world, lot of Europe, Africa, Middle East, dealing with all kinds of stuff, and huge experience. And when we discussed a little bit earlier, he mentioned that even he was hired by Vatican for quite some time.
Yeah. Actually, I used to work for 2.5 years for the directly for the Pope security, which has never happened in history, that some civilian enjoying that job. So it was my biggest experience in my life, yeah. And that I'm mostly proud, of course.
Yeah, and since the topic is big events and, of course, big risks when events are there, I did some research. And actually, statistically, it's the rate of the incidents, etc., is going down since some years back. But anyway, in average, when there is a big event, it's like 30 to 50% higher number of some kind of crime. And in those things, we have, well, of course, the big things such as Olympics, where Lario was engaged in London, or World Cup, where Victor was involved in Brazil. So what would you say, Lario, for these big, well, of course, earlier today, over here, just before us, there was a panel about that incident in Macedonia, where on a concert, there was a lot of dead people. And just recently, I heard there was Oktoberfest was paused for 1 day because of some threats, etc. So what would you say, Lario, is the most important when some of these big gatherings are being done? What is something that you would do first?
Let's say I'm coming from intelligence world, so for me all kind of information that you can have, it's the first step that you have to start to plan your security plan, right? So collecting the information, analyzing the environment, and analyzing your client or event, it's something which I will start always.
And I was also talking to Ivailo, and I checked, of course, online what do you do in Bulgaria, and you mentioned a lot on your website, risk analysis, some kind of risk scans, risk plans, and some kind of mixture of different services when some of these things are being organized and performed. What do you actually, how do you put it in order, let's say, these big, well, some kind of what do you do first, and what is prioritized in this line of things?
Thanks for the question, Ivan. First of all, I want to thanks to Adria that they do all this for our professionals in this area, in this region. This is very important for us. And regarding the question, so the most important, I think the most important in such cases with high risk and big volumes of people is to be proactive and to make a risk assessment before starts the whole process. When you do the risk assessment, then we put all different type of security that we will use in a big risk map. And we use also an AI. Several years ago we started to use him, but only as a tool, not as a main generator of ideas. So when you put, for example, the people factor, the teams on field, the cameras, the access control, and etc., all this you have to control by common procedures. And to be run by, we have international monitoring center, when the people control and run the whole business related with this event. Then you have a common vision and everything goes online. So every minute we can react directly in what happens. So this is the main approach.
Yeah, please do.
It's nice to hear that. Always when you're working in the normal countries, but once you start to work in Africa, or let's say a third world country, your perspective of the security is totally different. So you have to use your social intelligence to to get your job in the right way. Yeah.
Yes, well, it turns out that communication is really important. What would you say, Isidore? How do you provide this?
Thank you. 1, 2, test. Well, I need to speak a little bit louder. First of all, thank you for inviting me here. I'm not Dejan, he was a little bit busy. Thank you everyone for attending. Crowded. I will try to finish as soon as possible. So, what I'm thinking, first of all, remember I'm representing Hytera, which is a leader in worldwide for communication, professional communication and solutions. We are standing behind of every company, from professionals to governmental use. We do provide solutions. We do provide communication systems. We do provide also infrastructure. So we always, when we do something, we're always listening the professionals in the area, and we're trying to adapt our ecosystem based on their demands. So we are relying a lot of those companies like attending here, and we always try to provide the best service for them and for the community.
Well, yes, I've also checked what you do and how you do it, and I would say you are doing a hell of a job, since the synonym for similar devices is Motorola, and that's your competitor. But could you tell us what can Hytera bring in these for these kind of events?
Yes, sure. Hytera is defined by innovation. So each time when someone look at a Hytera product, it will see innovation. So we are coming with new devices all the time, adapted with day-to-day requirements, to the new requirements that actually come in every day from every market. We are coming with personalized solutions, from critical communications till commercial communications. Also, we are trying to build a software ecosystem behind our devices, actually competing and completing all our customers' demands and all the market demands and all the critical communication needs at this point.
Yeah, and also when I discussed with Victor, he always mentioned communications, Intel, and all of these things, and you were Victor is Brazilian, and he actually is a major of special police forces in Brazil, and also there was some kind of a riot specialized unit where you were running it or part of it, and you were very active in World Cup in Brazil as well. So what could you say, it's from your perspective, what is the key points that we have to bear in mind when we are talking about securing big events?
Well, my point of view, first of all, about the connection, you need to connect the people and who will work in a different kind of scenarios. All the experience, all the background you can use, and you can put this to integrate all these stakeholders. This is, in my opinion, this is the first point to start to work. Before the plan, before the intel, you need to start to connect the people, to connect all these activities. firefighters, security, private security, police officers, army, depends on the event, but you need to connect all these people. And together, you start to make this plan with all this source and all this information what you have. And after this, you start to build all these procedures and all this using the communication and all these tools to work together. Because it's like here, we have a lot of people from around the world. If you don't have this, if you don't connect, if you don't have this way to communicate in the same language and in the field, it will be not only the language, but the same kind of procedures, the same kind of codes. You will start to lost this opportunity and lost this, how can I say, this work, this kind of work together. This is how I think it's, first of all, just to come back, first of all, start to work together, different kind of people with different experience, different backgrounds, work in the plan, and also using the intel to collaborate in this plan. This is the first step, even for me, is the most important step.
I would say that is the challenge, who is in charge?
Yeah, this is important, and the people need to choose or need to know who is in charge of this, and don't need to be someone like from police or from, need to be someone with a specific background. But the most important thing is someone who can leader and who can connect the people and connect these institutions to work together. Not about the specific, about the experience in this kind of environment or this kind of event. Different skills. You need someone with different skills to connect the people in order to be a leader, to work together.
Iwailo, what do you say then when you all do all of this, and how to proceed? What to do then?
When you have a team, you have to, and when you have put on this map that I told you, the most important thing that you have to succeed in this event, then you have to check the whole details related, for example, the architecture, the type of people that will be present, because it's different if you make a concert of Iron Maiden or if you make some important politic guy to have discussions. So this is different types of intelligence, as my colleague says, that you have to put on the table. Also, additionally on that, related to communications, you have to put the common protocol, this is very important, the common protocol between the private security company, the people that are bringing the VIP persons that will be in front and will be guarded, also the fire brigades, the police officers in the country, etc., etc. They have to work on common protocol, and this protocol has to be run by one single point of communication place. So, for example, when we are run big events, even though that they will play the police guys and special tactical forces and fire brigades and etc., our international monitoring center is running the show, because in the end of the day, everybody will accept if something happens, somebody to give orders what immediately to do, because this is not exactly by the plan. This is my opinion.
Yeah, that's interesting. Earlier I spoke with the guys, of course, and Lario mentions this very often, that when something is not by the protocol, then challenges start, and then you need some experience. And please.
Exactly. So I mention again, I work a lot in Africa or Middle East countries, where is all real protocols are forgotten. So there is no protocols.
And Lario is actually a German guy, so that's hard for those guys.
I will remember, I was also working with one of the African president. I was in the close protection presidential team, and I came to first time to some event. I come from Germany to Africa. You know, in Germany everything is set up in the best way. All protocols are made on the high level. So we had some event. It was a rugby game between Zimbabwe and South Africa. So usually those presidents has all, I mean, the security team has all rights. They can do whatever they want. But remind, that is my first experience. We're going out with the president to the game, and then suddenly we're losing the first part of our team. The connection was off. We didn't check anything before we went out, because it was already, for me, was already ready. We have the team that prepare our communication systems, our plan, and suddenly you discover there is no plan, no communication. Half of team is.
They did not use Hydera, don't worry.
Anyway, Victor can talk also about it. We're working a lot in Africa, and we're using only Hydera there. Hydera is quite has big market in
So
Africa.
now they are using Hydera, no problems.
No, I just wanna say, yeah, that experience sometimes is so important. And today we're living in very strange society. I remember 15 years ago, I met a lot of professionals. Let's say Olympic Games in London, 2012. Everyone shared the experience. Everyone shared the knowledge. And today you sit with some professionals, and everyone, it's like covering what they're doing. I don't know. It's now it's the moment, and with the global situation that we have to share much more experience and much more our knowledge.
Why would you say the trend is in such a direction?
I don't know. I'm saying, yeah, we're living in such a strange society today, and many of professionals even doesn't like to connect anymore. I don't know. Maybe because of competition, or I don't know.
Well, this crew is here eager to share this knowledge and everything. So please, the audience, be free to ask whatever you like if there's any questions.
Free of charge.
free of charge. Well, we will see about that. Guys from the organizer might give you a bill. But that's one of the benefits, of course, for being in such a conference, having a number of really specialists in their fields to share their knowledges. But let me go back to Victor, when you were saying that earlier, how would you do it? I would ask you now something from a different angle, so to say. What not to do?
What not to do? That
I mean, what's the most common mistake?
I think the most important thing is don't repeat the mistakes. You know, you have, in my opinion, why we are achieving some good results and start to decrease some incidents, because we need to start to learn with some mistakes, and not only the mistakes what you did, but maybe in another kind of event, another country, another continent, another culture, and start to bring this knowledge for you. And in my opinion, this is the most important thing. It's try to avoid repeat the mistakes. We need to learn. We need to understand what happened, and start to check how we can avoid and how we can don't repeat because we will have new challenge. This is important. As Mr. Lario told us, we need to understand the different kind of culture and different kind of moment. And this is the truth. Everybody has a plan till receive the first punch. This is true. But how you can, as you told, how we can try to don't do the same mistakes, understand, talk, discuss, make a good plan, and try to create some protocols. Even if when we receive the punch, we will change the plan, we will adapt, but it's important at least have some kind of plan, just to, as I told since the beginning, just to avoid to repeat the same mistakes.
So Lario, well, we are talking about protocols a lot, and then we are talking about adaptability and and being flexibility. So how do you put this together?
Well, we have, I mean, I had a lot of situations in those third world countries where you just use your social intelligence. And social intelligence means you find somehow solution for some problems that you never had in your life. So not everyone has. I mean, Balkan people so has a lot of this social intelligence for them because we're improvising all our life. Let's say I had team of the German colleagues and they were just following what was the protocol, what was the rule, and in the moment that we had the problem, everything was stacking on. Yeah, I think it's important that you have to be always full with your mind in the job and try to be, how you say, solution maker. Yeah.
Thanks. Isidore, you wanted to add something?
Yes, part of the solution maker and sorting is Hytera, where, yes, this is true, and I will give you at least 2 examples. One of our solution is called digital evidence management, and we have also on our Smart One dispatch a login system, allowing you after the incident to do an analyze and check what was in the field in reality, see where the mistake was done, if was done a mistake. So based on that, with your experience in the field at that time, you can analyze the incident after the incident, take lessons, and make it way better next time.
Interesting.
And what about that data that you just mentioned? After everything is done, you have that kind of bunch of data. Is it secure?
Yes, it is very secure, as the solution can be deployed on cloud, can be encrypted, can be deployed on customer premises, so 100% secure. We have also encryption till 256 bits, so more than that, you can't have it.
Then the guy told me, asking what they do when I put a SIM card in and it goes to the network, and well, they told me I should ask you just to provoke you a bit.
Yeah, no problem. So it's simple. If we are talking about SIM cards, then we are not talking about a common radio system. We are talking about the hybrid radio system. It could be Tetra and DMR, and we are offering that from 2019 as the first ones, and also we can offer a DMR to PTT over cellular, again, 2019, and as a hybrid or a clear PTT over cellular system where you can integrate a hybrid radio, a PTT over cellular radio, and a camera, a body cam if you want to work together. So, based on the SIM card, we have multiple options where actually, even if you are fitting a SIM card in a device, basic, you have the same secure in place like a mobile phone. But we can do better, and we are doing better. We offer on-cloud system with encryption, with customized encryption. We are offering on-premises solution with encryption, and also we are in the position to offer private LTE networks. So you can have deployed your private LTE networks with IS 256-bit encryption system in the field. There is nothing better than that. So you can't crack it, you can't break it, you can't do anything. Or you can do that with no problem at all, having a quantum PC, and if you register something, record something now, you may be able to decode it in 25 years. So
I see a lot of tech guys here. They will challenge you a bit more.
No problem.
But I will go back to Ivailo. Now we were mentioning some some additions, what we use in these big events. We have body cameras, we have some communication stuff, we have CCTV and different other tools that we use. What would you say is the one that helps the most?
I think that this is the hybrid model between technology and analysis of technology and high level of professional knowledge of the teams. Because you cannot rely only on technology, or you cannot rely in these times only on skills of teams. So the hybrid model is between all these two type of, let's say, security. And also definitely when you use as a tool, again, it's very important for me, and I will tell it every time, as a tool, AI, to see the behavior, the difference and the different types of behavior of the persons. You can take analysis of that and to put this.
Need CCTV.
So this is CCTV, yes, through AI, to put this in order to focus the teams on these places. But as we mentioned again, and then also the colleague says, if you have a protocol and you work by different protocols, and when something is changed, the collaboration on all this information related between the technology and personal knowledge and teams is success.
Yeah,
I would say something else regarding the teams that he's mentioned, professionals. I will come again with some other experience. I was for several years like advisor of the UEFA president, Cheferin, and then we have a situation that in all big events, you see only anti-riot police guys. And in our security department in UEFA, we has all those people from the same units. In one point, I started to asking them to involve other people, let's say some military guys, some civilian that did some security degree or something, just to have brighter view of big event security. Why? Because we come always to the same point that we have to use the power, let's say in the football games, right? And I was insisting also in something which has never happened. I asked it, because UEFA is a huge organization, and I tried to build, like, let's say, like intelligent department inside of UEFA. Why? To collect all this information, to make analysis what they need, and definitely to change the specter of the professionals inside of the security department, which has never happened. And I just 2 years ago, I left that job with the president. But as Vailo said, it's very important the team of the professionals connected with all these security systems in order to get the right result.
Yeah, I'm still thinking about UEFA. You could go to any match. That's good. I wouldn't leave that job.
I'm actually not so big fan of football. Yeah, but yeah, it was funny. I get always mostly of our professionals probably has the same. Let's say the president of UEFA it's huge, big person, big professional, and he's lawyer. So every time when I come with some idea, he told me, "Man, you are paranoid. You see only problems." I say, "Man, but this is my job." So sometimes those professionals getting always the punches. Don't do that. It's not true, or there's no risk.
Funny, it's yeah. I mean, the issue with this football matches is that the most guys who are responsible for security are distracted because of the match itself. But Ivailo, I checked online that your company does a huge amount of event security. Well, probably different sizes, but it says 2,500 annually. Is it possible?
Yeah, last year they were more even. So these are the volumes that we cover, and these are different type of big events. For example, even when you have, when you have a business meeting with business type of people, and also when you have a...
Such as we?
Not such big, but almost. And also when you have a rock star here, for example. I'll give an example in order to be interesting for the people, because of you. I will proceed your discussion. Okay, we had a 80,000 crowd that are expect to have a very popular lady, top of the pop music in worldwide. So everything was by the protocol, everything was clear, etc. She came with his own private security team. We collaborate with them, with fire police, with local police, with military, etc., etc. Everything was set. Until the moment that she decided after the third song to enter, to get down and to enter below the people. So, they can think that they can do everything. So the protocols are different type of protocols, but the special tactic guy from one of our teams decided, because we have also secret posts, decide not to go by the protocol to take her, to not somebody to touch her, but as a civil guy, to stop and to cut the road of her. He starts to yelling and to screaming like he's somebody's fan. So she, and get back on the scene. So this is another protocol, if you have a good professional guy with good network with another team, guys.
That's a good one. Isidore, you want to say something?
Yes, I can complete all those scenarios again with our solutions. So AI is very important, and one of our latest releases, one of the body cams with AI integrated, which actually, it is a mix. They have right on that, but it should be a mix between professional and professional on the field with the right solution used, let's put it like that. And I think the most important is to have a professional really, really well trained in the field, understanding the environment and understanding the equipment he's using. So coming back to one of our solutions for the body cams, it have AI integrated, being able to recognize number plates, face recognition, object colors, and so on. So imagine someone in a crowd, sitting in the crowd and trying to figure out what's going on the field, paying attention to everything, how exhausted it is and how hard it is. And when you have a body cam, taking some of your task, analyzing and having in your ear the straight result, the left guy in the middle with beard, or with something should not be there, or it was banned, easy just to take it out and so on. Or, I don't know, a car bridging a premises and so on. You're not spending so much time doing that, and actually you can focus on most important thing, having the AI and having all those kind of solutions behind you and working for you.
Yeah, I have to tell something again. Let's say about face recognition. Again, if we're talking in some normal world and you work in normal environment, but if you work in Africa, face recognition doesn't mean nothing for me, because everyone is the same for me. So I had a lot of problems. So imagine.
I'm not going in that.
Sorry.
Yeah. Well, we have quite a interesting crowd working everywhere. But we have to finish in a couple of minutes, so I would say Isidore, I won't ask you anything else because you will, again, they know that they need to go to Haidara stand.
I'll be open to our stand, so any questions,
there's enough
just
for
hit us.
everyone, don't worry. Victor, what lessons should we, let's say, take out from this discussion?
Do your homework.
I think it's the biggest lesson for us now in this moment is start to understand how to use these new tools for this kind of big events. And we are trying we are facing some new resource, and we need to understand how to use this in the best way. The AI is not only for the image or video or audio. We can put all the problems what we have in the past, what we are talking, when we are talking about to don't repeat the mistakes. You can put all these documents and the studies and all this information inside some AI to help you to provide a good plan and better plan or faster plan in order to prepare for a new event. And this is I think this is the biggest lesson for us today, is how to connect AI, communication, also human resource, experience, and put all these important tools in order to decrease more and more for the next events, these risks and threats.
Yeah, in my experience, I had always a huge challenge: who will be the one who is able to use these things? Ivalo, do you have qualified people to use this?
Yes, we put a lot of efforts in trainings, and as the colleague says, for me the most important thing now in these days is not to change the people with technologies, not to change the knowledge of the people with technology, but to work smart and to train the people to use the technology in order to be more safety and more accurate. Because the trained person is always will be step ahead in front of the technology. But with technology equipped, it will be a great one. So work smart and be strong.
Thanks. Larry, I won't ask you anything, but I will ask you to close the session, because you are you have the best overall coverage of this topic compared to where you have been involved. So please give a little summary, and so we can close the session.
This kind of events definitely help us to improve in every segment of security. And this is something very important, to share our knowledge and our experience.
What do you say, Frano? Are we done?
I love the short conclusions. You're done.
Well, we thought that we might allow some questions, but since time is up, you're also done.
Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. I just have one thing to add. Usually I do big events in Croatia, especially when few 100,000 people come, like in 2018 when Croatia was the finalist of the World Cup. We had more than 600,000 people on the main square and a few million people watching. There was not a single incident just because nobody went with the protocol. It was full improvisation. So that's confirmation that you have to find something in between. Dear Irena, it's your turn to start in the beautiful language of Macedonian, so we can conclude with the last panel of the day.
Така, време за последниот панел од денешниот прв работен ден на Adria Security Summit 2025. Следниот панел се однесува на тема вештачка интелигенција во безбедноста и колку е таа помеѓу реалноста и имагинацијата. Модератор на оваа панел дискусија ќе биде господинот Лео Левит, председател на управниот одбор на ОНВИВ, а панелисти ќе бидат Стјепан Шурмановиќ, менаџер за продажба за Југоисточна Европа во Axis Communications, Предраг Ачимов, менаџер за големи клиенти за Јадранскиот регион во Hikvision, Симеон Петров, менаџер за продажба и бизнис Bosch Security Systems, и за крај Марко Васич, инженер за безбедносни системи во Milestone Systems.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, and overlay. Clap your hands. It's time for these gentlemen to join us on stage. Vrijeme je da nam se pridruže na pozornici. Dame i gospodo, ovo je posljednji panel koji vas dijeli od prvog ručka u Skopju. Možete vi to 40 minutes, 40 minuta umjetne inteligencije, najvećeg lopova ikad napravljenog u povijesti čovečanstva, koji sve vaše znanje i iskustva mazne i za 30 sekundi pokloni nekom ko o tome nema pojma. Izvolite.
Hi. Have a good discussion. Compliment each other. Okay? Thank you, and very warm welcome to the session. I just realized that it's only us, 5 that's standing between you and lunch. So I think we'll still manage to keep you interested in the discussion. And to my dear panelists, please, that's not an interview. We're here to discuss, and let's have a good discussion about AI. And the topic of today is AI in security. Is it a hype? Is it a hope or hazard? And I think if we look historically, AI as a term been probably one of the most misused in our industry. We have had different technologies utilizing artificial intelligence for a very, very long time. Today, AI is an instrumental part of majority of the solution you will see on the exhibition floor. But when we embrace the new technologies, it comes with a lot of learning, a lot of understanding, and a lot of attempts to understand how it's really used and what threats it presents to our society. AI is not an exception. We have had different discussions, generally in industry, in media, when it comes to use of artificial intelligence for unifying response, emergency response, making that more efficient. But we've also seen a lot of discussion regarding ethical concerns of utilization of this technology. So I think let's discuss this topic today. And I think we have this privilege to have the most advanced industry technology influencers. We have Milestone System, we have Access Communication, we have Hikvision, we have Bosch Security Solutions. And I would like to start asking Bosch, so back to the topic I just mentioned. AI is often seen as either overhyped or misunderstood. How do you make sure at Bosch that AI-driven security solutions deliver real, measurable value rather than just the marketing promises?
Yeah, good question. Yeah. Thanks of all. Yeah, the first thing that we want to mention is AI. What is AI, and then how to use it as AI? Everybody is afraid a little bit of AI. I believe everybody in the crowd using ChatGPT as AI, as some kind of helping. But we're talking about the CCTV as a video surveillance. We're talking about the real things that not could be compromised. Needs to be secure. So how we in Bosch approach to this to give to the customers, to the clients, a real value, real measuring. We said easily, look, guys, we have couple of vendors which is using AI already. AI is something is the mainstream now and going forward with the Gen AI, etc. So let's try it. Let's do it. Let's make a proof of concept on the field. Let's feel it in the field. So it's not something that you need to be afraid of. It's something that you need to try it, to check how it's using in the field. So we are trying to really ask them to try our products.
I think it's really an interesting topic because seeing is believing.
Yes, exactly.
And we do use that technology on a daily basis. You mentioned Gen AI, everybody using ChatGPT. We have a lot of other applications in our daily life. Even when you unlock your phone, this is some artificial intelligence machine learning algorithm that recognizes your face. And it's very interesting because when you start to connect those algorithms to multiple systems, you encounter different problems. So I have a question for you. How do you ensure interoperability between third-party VMS, access controls, e-gates in the real-life scenarios?
First of all, I would like to thank you, all of you who came. Thanks to the organizer, your guys doing this year by year, and it's really amazing. I know how many people stand behind this organization, so it's amazing, and lucky to be here with this panelist as well. You made a good introduction, and also this is a concrete question related to our access control division. Basically, OSDB protocol is the one who is making all of the difference. That means that access control communication protocol is secure and it's connected with data encryption, and both of them are really enhanced and supported by all of our access control portfolio. You mentioned some of them which are making the embracing of the third-party systems. We have it in all-in-one terminals, access control readers, controllers, and even swing gates, tourniquets, and basically all of them.
Yeah. In general, interoperability is something that we at OnBIF focusing quite a lot on, and this is actually our mission, like how to make sure that the systems between different vendors, different camera manufacturers or access control manufacturers and VMSs can actually work together, and that's regardless of the technology. So AI is no difference there. So we're still going to focus that, and I think all of your companies are actually widely represented in this work. So I really would like to thank you on behalf of the organization for your engagement. A question to Axis. How do Axis cameras and analytics support privacy-first deployments? For example, anonymization, while still enabling forensic value after the incidents?
Right, good one. Well, if we think about what was happening before, when basically we didn't have the AI, now we can see the true impact of the technology itself on how we are basically using it. So before, basically, just to get one step back, we had the scenario where we were doing the pixel-based detection, and in this environment, who was actually the one that can say, yeah, I can do it at all times, It was simply not the technology on the level. And that basically meant that although we were doing things on the edge, what you could do it in a very controlled light environment. So we were doing it mostly indoor. We were still doing it on the edge. We see a huge value in this as a vendor, but you had to do it in a very controlled environment. Now with AI, you are basically able to do the same, but much better. If you go outdoor, that already means you are doing that in challenging environment. So with AI models, it's no longer one pixel that is being changed. Now you basically classify an object, you know this is a human being. And once you know this information, then you are basically able to use it. And then you get the chance to simply either just blur or totally dark out the face or the whole silhouette of a body. And that's done on a camera level. So basically, what you do, you take the raw scene from the real-life scenario, you immediately put the privacy shield on, and then you ship it directly to the server or receiver side or whatever it is. It doesn't even have to be, in the end it's always a server, but it can be some cloud server or something that will show it directly. So if you might wonder, okay, so if my stream is immediately, secured, what happens during the incident? Who will actually, how will I know the person's face? I don't see it. Well, that is where the multi-streaming comes into play. So basically you ship one stream which is fully from the camera side, already fully secured, and then if you need another, you just take another one which is, so to say, without this privacy shield on. And that stream goes to server. But the thing is that the security guy, or like by the audience, will actually be looking at the secured video stream, But the person that is authorized, that is able to view the unprotected video stream, is the one that will be the only one that will be using it, or otherwise it is just going to expire over the designated period of time, and there is no breach to the GDPR or privacy.
Thank you. I think it's a very interesting comment you made. When we face a new technology, one of the most challenging points on this acceptance journey is actually trust. That people trust in the technology, not only from what value does it create, but how does it protect your integrity, your privacy. So the concerns we've been discussing around privacy when it comes to AI and how different vendors overcoming those challenges are instrumental in providing trust in the technology, and by that accelerating the adoption of that. If we continue on that topic, I have a question for you. Now we see a lot of clients actively seeking AI-powered security systems that integrates with building automations, and you guys are very active in this domain. Not only building automation, but also fire safety, communications, etc. How do you at Bosch ensure that interoperability really working across different businesses, different systems?
Good question, Leo. So in Bosch, even though with a new owner, we still have a Bosch DNA, which means that we are totally open with open interoperability. So we like to be integrated. We like to allow to be integrated. So if you remember the long time ago, OSC, Open Standard Association, Bosch was one of the founders, together with a couple of others. So we aiming to make able that our systems are have to be integrated, as inside or outside. We're also having this on-with standard is following as interoperability. We're following other standards as well as other vendors, but also we have in-house our own integration system, integration platform, which could integrate all the systems that you mentioned. Is it video surveillance, access control, intrusion, public address, or fire safety systems as well. So we like to have it open, to be integrated, as well with Milestone, as well as some other vendors as VMS, also with some other vendors talking about integration as advances as well. So we are open to be as an open platform to be integrated.
I think it's very, very important. Probably none of the vendors can fulfill all the requirements that end user have by themselves. So companies are more or less forced to be integrated together in order to fulfill the use cases presented.
Yeah, to be work in this ecosystem, you need to be able to be integrated and to follow some rules, because you cannot fulfill all as you want. This is true.
Yeah,
and we know it.
And we've seen a lot of examples of proprietary, more closed solutions that are innovating very, very fast, and that's very good. But it always reaches a certain point of critical mass that in order to grow, in order to take even larger portion of the project, you need to be integrated with other system, and that's only can be done through
to different platform or to be able to provide to the customers. As I said, we call it in the Bosch, we call it one-stop shop. So we could be able to provide to the customers all integration system with the platform itself, but sometimes it's not enough. We also have it other platforms and other IPP, we call it integration platform program, other vendors that we operate with to be integrated with our systems as well.
Yeah, thank you. I have a question to you. When we develop AI-based systems, a lot of that is coming to how you train your algorithms. So how do you safeguard and implement measures to prevent algorithms from bias or misuse of screening data?
Okay, thank you. Basically, in two ways. The first one is standard one, which is regarding to the ISO certification, basically International Organization for Standards. And we, as a Hikvision, in 2012, we embraced the 27001 standard, which is related to information management security standards. And also, we are trying to develop, again alone, to embrace everything what is needed to fulfill all the demands, because we know that the organization is, of course, very strict with very stiff standards. So basically, after 10 years, in 2021, we comply basically with the 3.0 standard. And also in January 2023, which was recently, we get certified by international audit organization from Great Britain, which is called Britain Standards Institute. And that's how externally we embrace all of the standards. When it comes to internal, we, of course, from the examples from the practice and also with the engagement of our R&D team, we developed our own model, which is called HSDMM, which stands for Hikvision Security Development Maturity Model. And all that model is basically made of some patterns who are all involved in security procedures to perform all of them when developing the products. And it's basically embraced in all of our portfolio. As somebody of you know, Hikvisions have a very variety of the products, pillars and everything, more than 50,000 basically. So that is the way how we treated those internally and externally as well.
Thank you. As we talked about that, trust is not only important for technology, but also for the ones who are developing technology. So those measures is definitely helping us to utilize the solutions from all the vendors and trust those solutions from different aspects. Having Milestone on the panel, I cannot avoid this question, because you guys are famous for powering the huge installations and massive number of devices connected to that. So what are the common mistakes you've seen are done during the design phase of those massive installations?
Thank you for the question. That's an interesting topic. We can talk maybe the whole day. But one of the very few points I would like to raise here in this very interesting discussion is the wrong calculations. Quite often underestimated hardware requirements for quantity of cameras, for devices, for the traffic, for the networking, for the protocols. And this is just for the communication and the hardware requirements where we can place the system. The next thing in my mind is the redundancy. When we have a scalable projects, the scalability. And then redundancy from the hardware point of view, from the network point of view, from the cameras. Everyone start talking about multicast from the cameras, multicast from the VMS, supporting from the switches, all this kind of to be reconsidered, calculated, and put in a proper calculation sheet for to be estimated. Yet we have project with single camera around the world. It's still VMS. And we have projects here and there around the world again with thousands of cameras. I have in my mind like 25,000 cameras in a single project. And these are the really common mistakes there. And we have to cooperate with other vendors, with the cameras, with their own calculations, with their own storage calculations, with the bandwidth. Nowadays, we start using the audio two-way channels. This is also to be estimated. And of course, for a large-scale project, let's not forget firewall, DMZ. If the client is using like what we were talking in the previous panel discussion, in a large-scale events, any web client, any mobile client on our phones, on our tablets, the security supervisors, it should be behind DMZ, behind to be secured. Secure protocol, as already Stjepan mentioned, the streams secure. And this is what we have to consider before we start any large-scale project. I said already, mentioned that it's a very large topic. It's a big topic. We can talk about calculations, hardware estimations, hardware accelerations, because you know, I remember a funny story of you told us at least 8 GB graphic GPU, etc., but I don't remember for sure. I mentioned the exact brand and models, but they put AMD not supported from the VMS. It's not a secret. Milestone is partnered with NVIDIA mostly. So they said, yeah, we have very powerful GPU, but by the hardware is not supported. So no acceleration for these nice, huge video walls. And it was not. These are the basic topics I can underline. Yet it's a very big discussion.
Stjepan?
Yep, thank you. Well, Leo, you mentioned, and you, Marco, the importance of being open. But now we are coming to a scenario where, you know, we are building all of this best of breed, you know. In the end of the day, you need to somehow design a system that is not like end-to-end, is not proprietary. So in the end, you need to make sure that what you are doing is going to be working in the end of the day. And that might be a challenge, because it can be a ping pong, you know. It's not me, it's you. No, it's this guy. No, it's him, you know. I did my job, you know. And then you're coming, you know, to a messed up situation. Well, and that's why basically being a very open platform, probably the first one that started to do so in Axis, we developed, when it comes to cameras, you know, and along with Milestone VMS, we decided to, as a camera manufacturer, to bridge this gap as well, and somehow to, as camera manufacturer, ensure that our products are going to be natively compatible in the world's biggest VMSs, like Milestone, like Genetec, like others as well. So it's somehow also our job to mitigate this risk, you know, that somebody will actually build the best of breed, and then it's not going to work, which is a big problem for everyone.
It's a big problem everywhere, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a fantastic comment, and the blame game in the larger system becoming a problem. And from my perspective, one way of overcoming this issue with the blame game is education the market. Really try to educate and explain roles and responsibilities of different players, different technologies, how the things are connected together. One topic that we're coming to over and over again is when we talk about AI analytics as a technology, is accuracy. So I have a question for you, Stjepan. How do you ensure and validate AI analytics accuracy in crowded real-world environment, such as airports or stadiums or wherever you have a larger crowd? What are the false positives and negatives, and how often do you retrain your models?
All right. Well, as Simeon said, you know, some topics could be topics on their own, you know, so we can speak about this for a while. But it's a very good question, and actually we hear it a lot on the market. You know, it's like, what is the accuracy level? And you know, when your project starts from the accuracy level, then I would say, or we would say also in Axis, it's not the best way, because you know there are so multiple different factors that are actually affecting all of this. So we don't state it. We don't state the accuracy level. You know, speaking of the topic of this panel discussion, you know, we are here, the industry experts. We are here like for ages. You know, when the video analytics appeared on the market, It was seen as something that saved us, you know. Wow, video analytics is there, you know. Now we can do magic, you know, something we didn't do before. And then you went to hype. It was like crazy hype, you know, analytics. Everybody was speaking, I can do this, you can do that. Oh, brilliant. And then, you know, suddenly, you know, it rolled out to the market with totally false expectations. The market simply said, no, this is not working, it's bad. So it went totally not to zero, it went to negative. It went down, you know, because people were saying, don't buy analytics, it's a marketing thing, it doesn't work. And then, you know, over the course of time, it always balances, you know, somewhere in the middle. And the middle is when the people actually get to know how to use this technology in a proper way. So it's always that. That was just one example. But if you ask me, it's always the hype. You know, the hype is going up, and then it will balance. With AI, it's slightly different. It's much more advanced technology. You know, so with AI, it's much more predictable than what it was before with the old technology, which was motion-based, pixel-based. But right now, instead of, if you ask us in Axis, instead of like measuring the accuracy of something in the airports where you can have extremely busy environment with thousands of people and then totally not busy with a couple of people, why don't we instead focus on what it is, you know, on a busy environment. Let's understand, you know, that it's busy, that it's a lot of people. We can even count them up to some level to have understanding. Something is happening there. You know, people are moving in that flow. Or, you know, they are not going into wanted direction, or something is happening, like to have scene understanding and awareness. And on the other side, when the scene is not that busy, then we can go into triggering, then we can be much more accurate, because then it's more controlled environment, coming back to the same point. So instead of like going into percentage and numbers, it's also very good, you know, as Marco said as well, let's do something which is outside of the data sheet. Let's provide value beyond the data sheet. That's what we believe strongly in. So let's test it, let's show it what it is, so the end customer doesn't go to hype, so that the end customer has realistic expectations on what it is on their own test polygon, and simply to see if this is going to work or not. This is what we very strongly believe in. And when it comes to model testing, that's a second very big topic. So it goes to the fact that in the end, you can go two ways. One way is basically to have it real time in real environment, you know, with the customer side on deployed systems. And on deployed systems, basically, yes, you will get a lot of data, a lot of metadata back to you, and it's going to help you a lot to train your algorithm and your AI model. But basically, what you are doing in this case, you are reaching into the privacy, in the GDPR, you are reaching into ethics. And in Axis, we were always a big believer in this using the technology in ethical way and a responsible way. So we don't go in this direction. Instead, we are using the AI models to train them on our own controlled environment, where we basically do the same. We do it, we train it live on a camera. We use the real life environment. We still use the same objects. It's just that we use them in our own control environment. It's not deployed environment. And once we release the updates, we do it through camera firmware updates. So the model is being trained, retrained, updated by the firmware releases, not based on the deployed environment from the customer.
Thank you. Absolutely.
Just a comment, short comment from my side as well. I can confirm what Stjepan just mentioned, because also a couple of years ago we noticed also in Bosch that analytics in that time was not on the good level, and people was afraid of analytics. How to set it, how to use it, how to, you know, to get what they are expecting for. Now, with the AI, this change. This is really changing. With the AI chip inside the camera on the edge itself is changing, and it's going to be changed with the Gen AI as well. So yes, currently we are trained our customers, our end users, our clients to try to use it, to be able to find out what is AI, how to use it, and what the benefits bring us.
I just want to add something in addition. Teaching the customer how to use it, it's the right point, because we as a VMS, we had, I'm not going to mention the project, neither the customer, but They bought a camera from a vendor with AI with some smart features, and the camera was, if I remember, around 5 megapixel or something. However, it doesn't work. They start blaming the camera, then after that they start blaming the VMS is not receiving the metadata, not receiving anything, no alert, nothing, it's something broken. Well, the reason was very simple. You're gonna laugh. Yeah, the resolution was 720p, and they were trying to detect drop an object behind the fence of something like a plant or something, doesn't matter. And they haven't enough resolution to count this pixel to be noticed, neither the distance between the camera. So yes, we have to teach, we have to educate the customer to achieve that results of AI, analytics, all these features and modules and algorithm. Thank you.
And I think when it comes to AI as a relatively new technology in our industry, the education of customers, education of consultants, A&Es, system integrators is extremely important. Otherwise, we will be, seeing that type of issues, just misunderstanding what technology does and what's needed. There is a famous Gartner technology maturity path. And it goes from extreme hype that you mentioned, Stefan, it goes to when people start to understand, oh, well, that's not really what we thought, so it's a value of despair. People just stop believing that where technology mature. But what we also see is the time period between those points in time in kind of lifetime of the technology becomes shorter and shorter. So those cycles becomes faster and faster. So the question to you, Marco, how do you secure that this fast changing of the technology is adopted and you really can cope with this fast changing in the AI technology and provide this latest and the greatest to your customers and partners?
Yeah, true, because in our industry, the technology is changing fast. As we know, and as I mentioned from the beginning, we are all now using AI, and now the AI becoming mature as a mainstream in the majority of the cameras as well. So in our cameras, we have all cameras, even for the lowest area to the biggest area, has implemented AI itself. But we are trying with, as we mentioned, with the trainings to the customers as well. But also, what we support, is an important thing is to be secure, not just to providing the picture and video, but to be secure, to be encrypted, to be, compliant with GDPR, with everything. So, especially if we're talking about a big scale project, as colleague says, with thousands of cameras, with governments, etc., which need to be secure. So, we are in our camera having the trusted platform module chip from the beginning, from the scratch. So it's always been there, from the beginning. Also using all encryptions, all PKI data. Also, we are compliant with. If you're talking about US UL 2900 certificate, we're talking about which is standing for the cybersecurity network penetration and testing. Yep. We have it. So we have it also talking about global one ES 62433, which is standing for industrial automation standard. So we are really trying to we call it be secure by the design. So every camera needs to be secure as you buy it, not to be able to penetrate it, not to be able to breach it. So we are trying to let the customers and the end users to be secure. This is the main idea.
That's the key point.
The key point, yeah. But without that, to be in the security industry, we don't have what to find to try it if you're not secure. Yeah.
Thank you, Predrag. Question for you. We heard in previous presentation, I think Ivailo mentioned that the best combination or the best approach is to combine technology and human. I'd like to kind of ask you a similar question when it comes to your advice for the operator in combining human and AI-based decisions. in high traffic checkpoints, how to keep throughput high and the risk low. What's the best advice from you guys?
Okay, very concrete questions, but I will try to explain it in the old-fashioned way, not to mention the high vision technology and everything. I need to also get along with you when you said education is the key. Also, Stjepan colleague mentioned very nicely and thoroughly hype that is basically involving not recently, but I think many years regarding AI. So people have very lot of expectation, but the key is to make people and humans to make the final decision. So when you mentioned checkpoints, we actually in Hike Vision have two directions of seeing it. Okay, we develop AI engine like all of our companies, but as I said, the final decision needs to be on humans, especially traffic points such as airports. We especially paying attention on that one because a lot of damage, hazard, people lives, everything could get lost and gone in a seconds, basically, because airports as checkpoints are the most vulnerable thing. When the plane goes in the air, it's done deal. So basically, we are trying to put our AI engines to reduce the false acceptance rate, but the final decision needs to be on the human. So when it comes to traffic points where not so frequency of the people, luggage and everything, we could rely more of the AI engine, but as I said, still that hype is going, in my opinion, not too good, but the hazard and everything what can be on the other hand can make a lot of consequences.
Yeah, it's a high risk environment, absolutely. I think when we talk about AI as a technology in security industry, it very seldom comes as an isolated topic. We have almost always a combination of technologies that need to be in place to facilitate certain use case. So when we talk about AI, one topic that comes like directly after is cloud technologies. Basically because majority of larger AI algorithms and engines are cloud-based just because access to almost infinite compute capacity. So, question to you at Milestone. When you talk to your customers about balance between on-prem installation and cloud, what's the recommendation? How's the thinking going? Like what are the best learnings, because we're talking about educating market. So what is the best balance between selecting cloud-based deployment or on-prem?
Well, there are a lot of discussions actually, and going in different directions, quite unexpected. Yet I can say the cloud is not so mature yet. We depends what the customer needs. Start talking about details. Start talking about the needs, the real factors moving the customer, push the customer to go to that. Why? Because they start talking about, I want quite simple, camera to cloud, easy. If possible, the camera to have some AI, because that's the topic. Much better. Good. Oh, good. Oh, okay, bring me heat map, bring me people counting, bring me this, bring me that, bring me this and this and this. And then, okay, send me emails, send me alerts, send me this, send me... Oh, wait, just a second. That technology not so ready for all these requirements. So let's go on hybrid, probably, a mix between on-prem and cloud. Then you keep talking what are the needs of the customer, and then you go that you want to check the local regulations. This is something new, okay. The local regulations, they will require the data center, the cloud to be approved government, this and this and this. It's not available in this area. It's not available in this region. Oh, sorry. Then we go back to hybrid and on-prem with the copy to the cloud. And we are talking only about the storage, and we're not talking about AI and the full rules and presets and modules and algorithms you already developed between a different systems, because here we are not talking about simply camera and footage and recordings. We are talking about full synthesis between different systems, BMS, fire alarm, access control, perimeter defense, and of course video footage. Nowadays even the two-way audio, in and out recordings, analyzing all this. When you have to choose between on-prem and cloud, or both, or directly only cloud, there are many questions rising there, and depends on the project, depends on the local regulations, depends, you have to choose the best, to optimize, to propose, and to solve the problems of the customer. It's not so easy to answer.
I understand, and I think there is a different aspect of that as well. When we enable devices out there with one of the most powerful technologies out there, like AI, it's like giving a machine gun to a monkey. I mean, it's a fantastic asset, but if it's misused, it can harm. So it's based to the topic of our panel today. Is it a hope? Is it hype? Is it hazard? So let us take a look at the hazard side of it. Stepan, I mean, just imagine this device being so powerful and so capable. How do you guys harden it? How do you make sure that it's not been misused either throughout supply chain until it gets installed, or that is protected on the network? Because it becomes extremely important. It's so powerful technologies, capable of so much. So we definitely need to think how to protect this asset on the network. So what do you do, guys?
Yeah, absolutely. Now we are on it. So cybersecurity is big. It's not big today. It's big for a very long time. It's just that we are slowly catching up in security. You know, we should have been there much earlier, I would say. Again, we believe in it. You know, hardening is something which is a must, especially because if you're a company which is edge-based, which Axis is, you're always out there, you're exposed. Whatever we do it on the edge, on the unit itself. And now when you imagine these scenarios that we are no longer talking just about the cameras, you have now these powerful sensors, and the CPU power, the processing power is getting like enormous. So what do you have there? You have basically like farms, you have CPUs there that can be totally misused. With a skilled hacker, you know, the hacker can get into the system through your edge unit, to your edge device. So what can happen? Yeah, your system can be influenced. But is that the worst thing that can happen? You know, if you consider all of these units, imagine you have 100 cameras which are, you know, under serious attack, and the attacker will take over the unit. What it did, the attacker can create a bot system, you know. So your security system can actually be used to attack something else in your country, you know, like the National Bank. Who knows what they can attack? And guess what? You know, it's your fault. And NIS2 is saying that, you know, now there is regulation. Somebody is finally speaking about it. You need to make sure that this doesn't happen in a way. And you need to select the trusted solution providers, the vendors that you will believe that will do the job properly. So that's very, very important aspect of consideration about this kind of stuff.
And I think it's to your point, it's very important to have more of a holistic view when it comes to securing not only the device itself, but the entire network. And I think one of the famous cybersecurity incidents in the surveillance industry in US was actually where the intruders came in through an aquarium water sensor installed in the lobby, not in the camera, but the consequences of that attack was massive.
Yeah. If I just may add, while having this computer there, somebody said it also on the previous panel, there are all sorts of encryptions, and by using this unit on the edge to encrypt the full video, we should make sure that basically the video on the source itself is sent to the receiver that is expected the receiver. So the encryption is there. Only the expected receiver can decrypt it. The video definitely has to be encrypted and signed, verified, so that if somebody in the middle would step in and take the footage, it will not have the key simply to see what it actually is. And we are doing some market assessment, and we expect that in the next 5 years, at least 40% of all cameras we sold are going to be connected to the cloud. So imagine this, how exposed the systems will be. And without investing into cybersecurity, and not only investing, without maintaining and constantly patching and working on it, it's going to be a mess for everyone.
Oh yeah, absolutely, massive risk. Another question. I mean, if we get back to this Gartner technology maturity scale, there's another aspect of that is the cost of the technology. And when the new stuff developed, it's costly. Over time, it becomes more and more affordable, more and more mature, but it's always a geographical difference. So some markets are more exposed to price sensitivity, some are less. So question to you, Marco, how do you position AI analytics on more cost-sensitive markets compared to the traditional monitoring models?
Good question, Leo, because currently we are all cameras and everything what we have doing with the AI. Even with the lowest series, even with the highest series, it depends on what power can be or what scenario could be achieved. But nevertheless, we are trying, I will repeat again, educate the market, because AI as a first is or expensive technology. But what is more important thing that colleagues already said, the people behind. So AI as a technology is nothing without the people who is using it. So this is the first point. Yeah. We need to teach them and to say, look guys, AI is when you teach how to use it, to learn how to use it, is more effective and more cheaper than without it. And to be in the traditional model of searching footages in 1 hour, 2 hours. Well. So this is to help the security guards and monitoring people to be able to find as soon as possible what they are looking for or incident. So this is one topic. So in the market, and this kind of sensitive market as Adria is one topic. Nevertheless, there is not about price. Price is just how to say, it's a matter of to find the right product for the right problem. So no price related. So if you have a problem, let's find a solution. There is no price for that solution if there is a solving the problem. So this is what we are fighting for and
Absolutely. We're getting to the end of the discussion. I really appreciate the discussion we had. Before we conclude, are there any final remarks that you guys have? Anyone?
Just again, don't be afraid of AI. Yes, it's there. It will be continue. We are going further, but let's learn it together and find the best possible way to use it.
Thank you. I would like to conclude that, just kind of summarizing what we discussed. That's a fantastic technology. It's out there, everybody doing that, everybody deploying. What's very important is to continue to educate market about the use, common pitfalls, do's and don'ts, maintaining the reasonable expectation level throughout the whole deployment cycles, from design to deployment to maintenance and decommissioning, etc., etc. So knowledge is the key. The technology that we're discussing, artificial intelligence, is not coming just by itself. It's have connections to some other technologies, and we need to be cautious about those as well. It provides a fantastic opportunity, but it comes with the challenges. So again, knowledge, 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 and education, very important. So as previous panelists said, knowing your problems will kind of give you a massive advantage in solving those problems. Knowing potential risks such as cybersecurity or ethical concerns, regulations, that's very important when we talk about artificial intelligence utilization and security. With that, I would like to thank you guys for participating in this panel. Thank you, and have a good show.
Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for joining us.
Thanks.
We only hope that AI won't become I in the near future. We're over with our summit talks, with panel discussions, with keynote speeches for the day. But now we have an important announcement for all of you who are from Macedonia, because we carry on with not only closing of this part of the conference, but short info about all of you who are preparing for your certificates via Alarm Automatica. Irena, izvoli.
Thank
Ќе
you.
морам да го позајмам во случајов микрофонот од Франо, како што претходно веќе бевте известени, сега следува делот. Благодарение на Аларм Автоматика ќе можеме да слушнеме стручно предавање на тема за заштита од пожари и веднаш после тоа панел за законски регулативи за заштита од пожари. Ги молиме сите оние што се акредитира на официјалниот сайт преку Инженерската комора да седнат во првите редови, за да може полесно да се направи евиденција, бидејќи ќе бидат бодирани, односно сертифицирани сите оние кои што ќе ја следат овој дел од програмата, панел дискусијата и предавањето. Значи ги покануваме уште еднаш сите оние кои што се регистрирани за да го следат предавањето да повелат слободно во првите редови од салата.
Tako je, slobodno dođite bliže, možete vi to, budite hrabri, bit će to ok, za koji trenutak preuzimaj. Hvala gospodine, blagodaram mnogo, to kad ste zadovoljni nam je najmilije. Dakle ovako, sada ste čuli, za nekih 20 minuta kad se sve spremi, ekipa iz Alarm Automatike kreće sa edukacijom na workshopu, dobit ćete i neke knjige, na sve su mislili, tako da uživajte sretno, možete vi to, vidimo se sutra od 10 ujutro. Ladies and gentlemen, see you tomorrow from 10 a.m. We carry on with our things to do, and we have only 2 people to announce now who will be joining you for this session, and they are...
Така, за оваа сесија, односно за стручното предавање, ќе имаме можност да ги слушнеме обраќањата на Ведран Михајловиќ, инженер за развој, и Рената Дончевиќ, директор и член на извршниот одбор за проектни операции во Аларм Автоматика од Хрватска, а веруваме дека нивните излагања ќе бидат мощни, корисни за сите оние кои што ќе ја искористат можноста да ги следат и слушнат истите.
Irena, blagodaram za danas, a sada sport i glazba. I to je to.
И да не заборавиме да кажеме дека повторно ве очекуваме утре на вториот работен ден од 10-то издание на Adria Security Summit со почеток во 10 часот предпладне.
A svi koji mogu, idite u miru. I to je to.